Thank you for being with us today here in Villa Decius in Krakow. I'm very happy to welcome all of our distinguished guests. And let me start with Madame Janine Merfel, the president of the Kunste Academy in Berlin, the president of the European Alliance of Academy, an international organization that initiated a support network for artists and cultural managers around Europe. It is thanks to Alliance we are here today, and I'm very happy, being a member of the Alliance, to host you all in Villa Decius in Krakow. This is a place that has been chosen for a purpose, known for being a meeting place, a place where the dialogue between cultures, religions, and also between people keep going for almost 500 years now. It's rich in history, it's rich in inspirations, and we take our mission and goals very seriously, even in the difficult times. So my name is Dominika Kasprowicz, and I will in a second give a floor to Madame Janine Merfel. Later on, we will have a chance to listen to the presentation or speech of our guest of honor, who is Madame Xantaki, a special rapporteur, UN rapporteur for the cultural rights. Madame Xantaki, it's a pleasure to have you here. Today with us is also representative of the city of Krakow, Mr. Robert Piaskowski, the proxy of the mayor for culture. So this is how we start, and then we proceed with the first part of the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, the round square table is yours. Janine, please.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Dominika, for all you have prepared and all you have done for this meeting. So I say, dear Dominika Kasprowicz, dear Robert Piaskowski, dear all, and especially dear Alexandra Xantaki. Since the founding of the European Academy, of the European Alliance of Academies in October 2020 at the Akademie der Künste in Berlin, we gathered regularly, not only in the digital sphere, but also personally in Berlin, in Budapest, in Madrid, in Amsterdam, in Cambridge, and other places. Today, we, the members of the European Alliance of Academies, are here in Krakow in the run-up to the Polish elections, for campaigning for the freedom of artistic expression and for cultural rights, also in this country, in Poland. First of all, let me say thank you again to Dominika Kasprowicz and her team of Villa Decius for inviting us and organizing this study trip together with Akademie der Künste. It is good that we have the possibility to speak to so many artists and people involved in the cultural sector like we did yesterday, and to hear about their personal and political situation dealing with financial pressure. I'm looking for today's conversations too. The European Alliance of Academies has been working closely with Polish partner institutions since 2020. In 2021, the transnational network showed its solidarity with Polish sociologist Barbara Engelking and historian Jan Grabowski, who were prosecuted because of the research they had conducted in the part played by Polish citizens in the Holocaust. Their employer, the Polish Academy of Sciences, is a member of the European Alliance of Academies. At our founding conference in 2020, we remembered the achievements of the Solidarność movement in Poland, which emerged more than 30 years ago from a strike movement and whose members stood up for human rights with solidarity and courage. We had Basil Kerski as our guest, the director of the European Solidarity Center in Gdansk. Solidarity, it's a word, but it is not a word only, it's the core as well as the driving force of the European Alliance of Academies. Creating a fairer Europe based on solidarity will only succeed if we all join forces. It has been in the last years, we have seen that not only our institutional nearness has shown, but also the friendship between us. And friendship is something that we have to keep up in these times, and it's going to save our souls, maybe our lives. I would like to cite again from our founding manifest, art and culture, I make a quote, art and culture are essential for a functional democracy and for social cohesion. We stand for the freedom of the arts as a prerequisite for our cultural, social, and political way of life. The independence of artistic positions and institutions from political, national, and religious prescriptions is the foundation of democracy. It went on to say, in some European countries we are currently experiencing cultural policies that understand art and culture only nationally and are increasingly regulating them. As a result, the autonomy of many academies, museums, and cultural institutions is being jeopardized. We need to do something against this development. Today, we will also speak about the situation in other European countries. And the central question is still and will remain, what can we do against undemocratic and populistic forces? We quickly realized that we cannot make progress without legal expertise. This is why we have launched a collaboration with ECCHR, the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights, and I am very happy that Wolfgang Kalik is here today with us. He founded the ECCHR with other renowned lawyers in Berlin. He has served in its as its General Secretary and Legal Director since its foundation. And I am especially happy that Alexandra Xanthaki is with us. She is the UN Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights. We have already cooperated with her predecessor, Karima Bennoune, since 2021, and we are looking forward to continuing the cooperation with her. Finally, I would like to announce we are planning some activities in the run-up of the European elections in 2024, and we are planning the next conference again at Akademie der Künste in Berlin for 25th and 26th of March 2024, to which all of you are invited. So let us go on. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, not yet, but almost to everyone. It's such a pleasure to see all of you here in Krakow, Madam President, Madam Special Rapporteur, dear Dominika. Thank you for connecting all of us. I was asked to give you some information about the city of Krakow as a fearless city, sheltered city, city of culture and freedom of expression. And when I started to do some notes, it has occurred, I have 6 pages of different examples, which is absolutely impossible to share. But I will start to express that I wanted to welcome you in an open Krakow, and I understand this in many ways, as a city with an open gate in its coat of arms, as a city whose program of integration and inclusion is called Open Krakow, or finally as a cosmopolitan city that is a home to representatives of 160 nationalities living and contributing every day to the growth and development of city of Krakow, including students from all over the world, tourists, representatives of different networks, such as you. But also those recent years, it's also a city of refuge for many exiles, most recently for countless war refugees from Ukraine, but also from Belarus. We are considered as a Polish capital of culture, hotbed of tradition, a city of longue durée, longevity, but also a city of defiance. In the past, it was a city of resistance to the communist authorities, city of enlightened conservatism, but also the birthplace for the most important avant-garde currents, the most important Polish science fiction writer, Stanisław Lem, creators of the absurd theater, Mrożek and Wita Kacy, the theater experimenters Wyspiański and Kantor. Nele Hartling was working with Kantor, so it's such a pleasure to see you here, Nele, in Krakow. And all of the creators of the avant-garde in music, led by Penderecki, literature, all the rebellious artistic currents are associated with Krakow. And you are probably familiar with Samuel Barber's book, If Mayors Rule the World. He asks the fundamental questions: can cities solve the most serious problems of the 21st century better than states? Does all hope lie in urban democracy? We see, especially in recent years, that the nations of the world seem paralyzed in the face of the most dangerous challenges of our time, such as climate change, terrorism, poverty, trafficking in drugs, arms, human beings, the rise of fascism, the resurgence of the demons of anti-Semitism, xenophobia, racism, and so on. And the problems are too serious, too interconnected, too contentious for one nation state to deal with. Salman Rushdie wrote about this in his famous autobiography, Joseph Anton. When the authorities in Great Britain were unable to grant him asylum, the City of London provided it. Is the state once the greatest hope of democracy now proving dysfunctional from his points of view, obsolete? The answer is yes, argues Benjamin Barber in this remarkably provocative and original book. Cities and the mayors who run them can do better, and they do. Barber identifies unique characteristics common to cities around the world. These include pragmatism, civic trust, participation, indifference to borders or sovereignty, democratic penchant for networking, creativity, innovation, and collaboration. It shows how mayors, acting individually and collectively, can tackle transnational problems more effectively than nation-states locked in ideological battles and rivalries over sovereignty. There are many objections to this theory, of course. After all, we have mayors who are sometimes political appointees. We have mayors who are sometimes puppets in a play that is not their own play, who are corrupt or indifferent. But one thing is certain: in a time of rapid change, cities are becoming more and more important islands for freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of culture. And I live in such a city that is a hope for democracy in a globalizing world. A city where mayor, neither city council, has never censored culture in the last 20 years, has never interfered with the content of performances, exhibitions, or publications. All the more so as in the recent years, it has happened that politicians in Poland have judged the readings, books, including Polish Nobel Prize winners, as anti-Polish, films that nobody has seen yet. They became a charge of conflicts of a political nature, prayed to groups of ignorant defenders of morality or so-called Polishness, not understanding that they are hostages in the hands of the other forces. When I see ordinary people protesting in front of theaters or those paid by unknown forces, I know that this is a systematic cultural war, and culture is often a convenient tool to divert attention from other important issues, such as the collapse of the state, war, irregularities or inaccuracies in the power camp. Only yesterday we've got those protests outside the cinema pod Baranami against the screening of Agnieszka Holland's film The Green Border, the acclaimed director's film based on the simple and seemingly universal message that helping is legal, has caused enormous controversies in circles unable to unveil, to understand that controlling immigration procedures does not have to mean violating human rights, and condemning, of course, people deceived by smugglers to unimaginable suffering. At the same time, the Polish government cannot explain the issuance of almost 100,000 visas to citizens of various countries, including high-risk countries. And this film has become, in recent days, a convenient tool in the ongoing political campaign. Dear ladies and gentlemen, culture deprived of the freedom to create becomes a tool in the hands of system. Instead of culture, it becomes engineering, the art of useful idiots. In Krakow, in December 2020, during the International Human Rights Day, the organization Freemuse organization released here in Krakow a report on freedom of artistic expression for LGBTI people. And this report zoomed in on almost 150 violations of artistic freedom that took place in 40 countries. It includes cases from Poland, one of the high-profile example of government retaliation and similar cultural warfare was part of the image of Black Madonna, a symbol of Polish religiosity, was placed on in a rainbow background. And activists, including artist Elżbieta Podleśna, were accused of hurting religious feelings. The image of the Virgin Mary with a rainbow halo posted in Płock initiated and also started a huge political campaign. But it was a huge contribution to the debate about the limits of art and artistic freedom. Fortunately, the court's verdict acquitted the artists as a final, and in the sentence we could read, "Homophobia, intolerance and exclusion are not religious sentiments." Let me repeat, homophobia, intolerance and exclusion are not religious sentiments. Kraków supports freedom of culture, freedom of expression. Kraków is a city of icon, the very first in this part of Europe, providing safe haven to persecuted writers in other part of the world, also for scientific persecuted scholars. We have beautiful portfolio of events and cultural festivals, theatrical premieres. They express freedom of expression values. We are witnessing, of course, very interesting and very painful to all of us a campaign against the Słowacki Theatre and performance of Dziady. The play angered right-wing radicals who disliked the vision of Poland this theater presented, and its references to the famous women's strikes. The process of dismissing the theater director has been going on for more than a year. The city of Kraków never closed its door to artists, has supported projects expressing the diversity of views, the culture of various minorities, religious, ethnic, sexual. We support theaters with avant-garde, satirical, subversive repertoire, and we support minorities. Some ideas, some examples. Kraków was one of the first Polish cities to create a systematic equality policy, adopting a gender equality plan, publicly declaring its support for the LGBT community, or running a program of small grants for projects that promote human rights, restoring and empowering the role of women in society, policy of openness and inclusion. In culture, we have written the values of freedom of speech and creative expression into our grant-making programs, and these are the criteria by which we judge events to be of value. We have so many great islands of freedom, such as Łaźnianowa, House of Utopia, Festival of Divine Comedy, which is a mirror in which Polish society is reflected, Słowacki Theatre, Baraka Theatre, which is a staging place about sexual transit or gay rights. The premiere of a play about sexual transit has been supported by the city of Krakow. And also we are FSCL signatory. We have Konrad Festival soon, and the major topic is migration, and this is so important issue in those days. We have medal order for brave intellectuals, artists. It is called Medal for Civic Courage, given by Kraków and Świat monthly magazine. Witold Bereś is here, and recent awardee laureate was Marian Turski, former prisoner of Auschwitz and great human rights defender. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just few examples. We stand as a city of Kraków to provide freedom of programming, freedom of expression, freedom of cultural rights to our institutions, to NGO. We support almost 400 NGOs acting, working in cultural sector, 80 festivals, 500 different cultural institutions. And this is a beautiful, vibrant ecosystem providing resilience, providing safe haven to artists coming to Kraków from all of the parts of the country and of the world. And I'm very happy and grateful that we are talking here in Kraków with Madame Reporter, because we met with your colleague Karin Benoun here, talking about this process of the, let's say, erosion of the multilateral culture, pluralistic discourse in culture some times ago. And this report was, of course, very strong support and also strong point of reference for municipalities, not only in Krakow, but in Poland. But what was stressed in this report, that this is worthy to stress, that cities, they protect, they foster, and they create opportunities and frames for a pluralistic and diverse culture. And it was a beautiful conclusion to all of us. So thank you so much, Dominika, for this opportunity to express values of the city of Krakow. Today at 1 p.m. we have a beautiful gala in Teatr Ludowy, in the new institution which has been opened 2 weeks ago, the Institute for Youth. Students, disciples, they will all create theaters in that place. But we have presentation of awards for cultural educators. So people working on the most basic level to create connective tissue, as we call it. We need to work on the level bottom to create, to foster, to strengthen the connective tissue. It makes city resilient in times of VUCA times, where everything is uncertain, complex, ambiguous, dangerous. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Robert, for the description of City of Open Doors. I really appreciate all the information. And now it's time to give a floor to our guest of honor, Madam Aleksandra Ksantaki. Madam Reporter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation and for making me witness to some amazing discussions we had yesterday and from what I hear this morning, and of course, for the rest of the conference. Alliances such as this one are really rare, but also very important in promoting human rights and especially cultural rights. So let me talk to you a little bit about my role and what I do. So at the United Nations, we have about 54, 55 United Nations Special Rapporteurs. 15 of those focus on specific states. So we have one, as you can imagine, on the Russian Federation and the situation of human rights in there. We have one on Somalia, on Iran, on Afghanistan, etc. And then the rest, we focus on thematic issues. So in my case, it is the human rights in the field of cultural rights. And we are independent experts, so we do not represent our states. So I am Greek, but I do not represent the values or the positions of Greece. And we are very fierce in trying to maintain and show our independence. We are appointed by the Human Rights Council after a process of being picked up and going through various interviews, and we're appointed for 3 + 3 years. And then we cannot be the UN Special Rapporteur in the same issue again. And my mandate is to monitor the situation of cultural rights around the world. And I do this having 3 tools. First of all, I present 2 thematic reports every year, one to the Human Rights Council of the United Nations in March and one to the General Assembly of the United Nations. My next report is on sustainable development, the international governance and cultural rights, and is going to be presented on the 16th of October to the UN General Assembly in New York. But I have also, my previous report was on migration and cultural rights, very appropriate from what I hear at the moment where we are. I also perform official visits. As you have heard, my predecessor, Karima Bennoune, came here in 2018 and presented her report 2 years later in 2020. My first official visit was in Germany last November. And the report will be presented this March to the Human Rights Council. And in these reports, we monitor the situation of cultural rights. And of course, we are very eager to have follow-ups to reports as long as we are presented with information. So, you know, I would be delighted to see whether what Karima Bennoune has written in her report has actually made a difference in the implementation of cultural rights. And finally, a very important aspect is that I accept communications, so emails from individuals and groups where they notify us of alleged violations relating to cultural rights. And unfortunately, this is pretty much the only way we can do something about alleged violations. And what we do is we try to verify their substance, and then we get into a discussion with the state. This is a confidential discussion with the state. And then whether the state has agreed or has responded or has agreed with what we've said or not, we can go public and we can say whether the state has indeed violated cultural rights in our opinions. So this is a very important tool, and I have to say that it is not well known and it is not used. And one would say that this is one of the main tools that international community has when it comes to violations of human rights. Just naming and shaming, states do not like that. So all this gives me some power, but maybe not as much power as one would still want. The international system is still made of states, and we have to recognize this, and there are an array of rules that I have to, and a code of conduct that I have to abide by. What is very clear is that states have international obligations. Respecting cultural rights is not this, it's not a luxury, it's not an aspiration, it's not something that good states may wish to do so. Some obligations, the main obligations, the core obligations, such as protecting artistic freedom, is not something that we can enter into a debate with these, lovely ideas of what artistic freedom is and how we protect it. These are obligations that the states, legal obligations that the states have signed and ratified. And it is our duty, the United Nations and other international organizations' duty, to ask the states whether they have, since they themselves, out of their own will, have signed and ratified these treaties, whether they have implemented them in the domestic level. And when I talk about states, we talk about public bodies as well. So local authorities are part of states. Ministers that may talk to the media represent the state. So they are also responsible for not violating cultural rights, but also individuals, crowds, and the media, although they don't have direct obligations, the state has to take specific positive measures to protect cultural rights and artistic freedom. And we are entitled, obliged, to ask the states which measures they have indeed taken in order to prevent the language of speech and to protect artistic freedom and to protect cultural rights. Cultural rights protect the rights of each person individually or in association with others, as well as groups of people, to develop and express their humanity, their worldview, and the meanings they give to their existence and their development. And I'm not going to bore you with with provisions and legal texts. However, there is two very solid articles in international treaties that protect the cultural rights and the right of and artistic freedom. And according to General Comment 21 of the UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, contribution to cultural life is also understood as a right to take part and be vocal in the development of the society to which one belongs, and in the definition, elaboration, and implementation of policies and decisions that have an impact on the exercise of a person's cultural rights. So artistic freedom and cultural rights also include the right to have a voice, the right to express one's opinion through art and through artistic expressions. It is also the freedom to join and leave any cultural groups and be associated with different groups simultaneously. It is the right to embrace or reject particular cultural practices and religious practices, as well as to revise and renegotiate existing traditions and values and practices. No state, no society remains static. The values, the practices, the ideas, the philosophies evolve. And this is a sign of a healthy society, where debate takes place and then the values evolve. And international law recognizes this. Active engagement in the cultural sphere offers crucial possibilities to reshape meanings and helps to build central traits of democratic citizenship, such as critical thinking, creativity, sharing, and sociability. Cultural rights are important and essential tools for achieving development and for building social cohesion, as well as mutual respect and understanding between individuals and groups in all their diversity, men and women, fluidity, gender fluidity, migrants, minorities, indigenous peoples where there are, in places where there are, etc. Cultural rights require the implementation of policies promoting cultural interaction. So they do not just require the state to abstain from violating rights, but it requires specific positive steps that the state must take in order to promote cultural interaction and understanding, the sharing of perspectives about the past and of visions about the future, and the design of a cultural landscape that is reflective and respectful of cultural diversity and universal human rights. Freedom of artistic freedom is guaranteed by Article 15 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and also Article 19 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And one would say that these rights, do they have limitations? Yes, they have limitations. All these limitations have to, there are limitations for morality, there are limitations for public order, national security, and the rights of others. There are no limitations regarding specific values beyond morality. And all these concepts, morality and public sphere, etc., have to be restricted, have to be interpreted in the most restrictive way, and have to be interpreted having the overriding principle of democratic governance. Art can only be restricted for these reasons. So in particular, decision makers, including lawmakers and judges, when resorting to possible limitations to artistic freedoms, should take into consideration the nature of artistic creativity, as opposed to its perceived value or its perceived merit, as well as the right of artists to dissent, to use political, religious, and economic symbols as a counter-discourse to dominant powers, and to express their own belief and world vision. So you all know about the contribution of cultural freedom and the rights in times of political tensions. And actually, if anything, it would be better if you told me about the contribution rather than I stand here, a person who is not an artist, a boring lawyer, telling you how much you contribute to our lives. What we have to maybe to focus is that participating in the political debate of the country is very important and is protected very clearly by current international law. Participate in the big debates of the society in which artists live, disagreeing with the state policies, is part of their artistic freedom. And sometimes I hear this word, how artists or artistic people are, they are not patriotic, and I hear that, for example, in my country. And I also think that in actual truth, it actually constitutes patriotism to push people to reflect on the society's decisions, to push people to reevaluate the state's policies, to talk about the vision and whether the visions can change, to make a stance, to contribute to the debate and the decision-making. In my mind, an active citizen is a citizen that is patriotic. And this is also reflected in international human rights law. But what about attacks on cultural rights in times of crisis, political crisis? International human rights law explains that restrictions in artistic freedom, which includes management and curating, mean also violation of the legal obligations states have under international law. So sometimes the attacks on culture and cultural rights are obvious, and we have seen this, unfortunately, in Ukraine, because of the invasion, the Russian invasion, but sometimes they're under the radar. They're under the radar threats that are less well recorded. And maybe these have as much impact as the very direct attacks. So sometimes we see disproportionate administrative duties that are put on cultural communities. Disproportionate penalties for artistic challenges to the main understandings. These administrative duties are wide-ranging and include undue government pressure on cultural institutions, artists blacklisted because of their political viewpoints, their gender, minority status, etc. These measures may include health and safety regulations used as excuses to close down an event and denial of performance in a public place, curfews and decibel restrictions that have been applied to music seen to be political or seen to upset traditional values, limit on the type of advertising that can be displayed, such as bans on alcoholic advertising for religious reasons, etc. There have been instances where governments have implemented nuisance measures, such as implementing repeated audits to shut down an organization for a time, extended by detailed information requests, tax or other officials and content on their premises for long periods while these checks are being carried away. And of course, we have seen around Europe how dismissing directors in various cultural institutions, suddenly letting them go without explaining, without participation of the community in which they are, with rumors or media suggestions we have been witnesses to this, and this also, of course, are what we call under the radar threat to cultural rights. Access to funding is something that a lot of places, a lot of states, unfortunately, use in order to restrict cultural rights. Funding is becoming very focused. The state officials repeat that we are in difficult times, we had COVID, and that's why only very few organizations are going to get funding. So this is a way to disempower artistic collectivities that are not in sync with state so-called values. These are also violations to artistic freedom and cultural policies. Of course, the state will have to make choices, and of course, the choices at times have to be very difficult. But choices continue to have to be understood, have to be explained, and have to be based on specific positive values. We also see extreme speech, hate speech, and undermining the products of cultural communities, questioning their merit, even though outside the periphery of the, outside the limits of the state, these products, artistic products, have received awards and have received very positive reviews. Yet the state chooses either to push these products aside or to try to insist on how they're not of good quality. They deal with topics that we shouldn't be dealing because we have other things that we should be focused on, etc. And of course, polarization, using that the anti-stance, anti-English, anti-Greek, anti-Italian, to characterize those in the cultural fields with a different vision of the society, the local society, and the history. Hate speech, intolerance, and discriminatory attitudes must be combated with urgency. The UN Special Rapporteur, the previous UN Special Rapporteur, Karima Ben-Noune, has said that in Poland she experienced an official cultural engineering aimed at reducing cultural expression to reflect a monolithic vision of contemporary society and a simplistic version of Polish history. And it would be interesting to see how this has now changed. But in general, if we kind of leave Poland aside, as I have not been in touch with the government, one of the very obvious ways that states violate cultural rights has to do not only with censorship, but a more gentle way of, has to do with self-censorship. Sarah White, the author of a report on artistic freedom for the Council of Europe, published only this year, and I wonder whether this was the report that you were talking about, talked about this gentler censorship that make the repercussions for transgressing boundaries of what can and cannot be said more unclear compared to when heavier legislation is applied. This makes traversing the terrain of creative freedom in some ways more perilous. There was a meeting in Ljubljana, and this participant said, quote, "Subtle political pressure or barriers are worse than being able to see the enemy clearly." Another participant said, quote, "We always know which subjects are sensitive, but we never know clearly where the lines are drawn. And you never know how things are going to be interpreted by those who are in power or don't agree." The problem with self-censorship is obviously that it restricts the flow of ideas and art. But I think that the problem that I have with self-censorship is that it makes society look at the individual that has to take these decisions in two ways. They're either going to be heroes, or they themselves are going to feel that they let people down. And this is a very difficult place to be in, because very few of us, if we look into ourselves, are going to be heroes, especially when we have families, when we have children, when we have other people and their jobs to think about. Yet it is totally unfair for us to be seen, to be nullified and vilified and be seen as taking the wrong decision, when really it has nothing to do with these individuals. It has to do with the state. So our criticism has to be redirected again to the state, and we have to be nurturing the people who have to take and who have been put in a position to carry the burden of making such decisions. Sometimes these decisions, we all try not to make them black or white, to find different ways to address them, but sometimes it's just not possible. So this is my main problem with censorship, that again, it is as if the cultural agents are responsible for bad decisions restricting cultural rights. And we forget that it's not them, it is the state that is putting the burden on these individuals. And in times of political change, we are seeing these extremes and these focusing on dualities very often. No real discussion, no nuances. And unfortunately, this also affects the youth. And it affects the youth and its interaction with art, because art can be powerful and provocative and black and white, but art also can be nuanced and make us reflect and challenge and provoke and make us think. So you see that the youth, go into one or the other extremes, and sometimes trying to find their passion, try to put their passion somewhere. They forget about the nuances, and they either become these complete people who are completely against values, or people who are completely in favor and passionate soldiers of the extremes. So this is how youth is affected. And of course, this in times of political crises, this censorship and restrictions of cultural rights also leads to lack of empathy and lack of emotional stability. More generally, lack of appreciation of the dialogue, of the discussions, of seeing the other person and realizing that the other person also has been through a lot. And at the end of the day, lack of appreciation of the art that contributes to all these. So I've said a lot about, the bad parts. Let me focus on what I think some ways of solving these issues may be. And of course, I'm not the one that has to look at the realities. I'm the one that, sits somewhere and tries to figure out things. But you all are the ones who are going to be who are going to think of what suits or doesn't suit your realities. So I think that I am very eager to insist on legal obligations, and this is what I've been doing. I'm very eager to remind states, and this is what I've been trying to do, that, although we are talking about nuanced concepts, etc., they have very clear legal obligations. Sometimes states, especially in cultural rights, in the United Nations, when I say that I'm the UN Special Rapporteur in cultural rights, they smile at me in a really nice way, because I am, I don't deal with terrorism and terrorist measures, and I don't, so they're really kind of smiling. But then again, the moment I start talking about legal obligations, usually the smile is gone. So I think that multilateralism is really important, and if I could, may I ask you to use international law? International law, I know that, artists usually are not the ones who conform, are not the ones who very often who want to, use the existing status quo, but find the challenges of that status quo. And when it comes to the United Nations, there are plenty. However, international law can be used as a tool to bring the state in front of its obligations. And states do not want to be called up in front of their peers. So, you know, a reference, sometimes people tell me that I spend all these hours, we all spend all these hours writing these reports, and the state representatives, what they do is they just put in the find at the word, you know, their state, and if their state comes up, then they kind of wake up and they become interested. I'm sure that's not the case. So use international law. The emphasis is not on the emphasis is not on the individuals and how the individuals try to find ways to deal with with authoritarian states. The emphasis must be on the state and the public bodies and the representatives of the state. And also, you know, the focus of international human rights law is on equal and non-discriminatory frameworks as a way to realize cultural rights. The second way that I think maybe it would help is to recognize all forms of power and power relations. So state-funded bodies represent the state, and they themselves, in some respect, in some cases, have power. So yes, of course, you know, the public cultural body is powerless before an authoritarian state. But this same body has a lot of power vis-à-vis its employees, vis-à-vis the youth, the new talented aspiring artists, and the way they choose what they're going to perform or what they're going to show within their remits. There is a power, whether we like it or not, in a strong curator, a strong theatre producer towards its staff or the new talent, and we have to recognize that. So power does not come, an abuse of power does not only come from one place. There is power to allow audiences to shape the debate and not always be seen as the expert. I have a problem with that. Sometimes, you know, I know that I have to take a step back and I have to allow the people who actually live these problems, you know, to find solutions. So I think that this is very important, to recognize hierarchies of power everywhere, not just in places where we personally are affected. And to give opportunities to the vulnerable, the disabled, the different, or even the conventional. I think I can say, even though the report has not come out, that in Germany, in the fantastic museums where I have been, the discussions have been about the cultural diversity within these museums. Who gives the narrative of the amazing Arabic exhibits? And how does these exhibits relate to the current big debates of the country about migration? Do we focus only on debates on the huge issue of Holocaust, or do we also focus on other debates, the perceived the Holocaust of LGBT persons, the Holocaust of Roma, etc.? Also focus on maintaining strong institutions. The previous Special Rapporteur, Karima, in her visit to Poland, referred to the importance of the independence of the Commissioner for Human Rights, a key mechanism, she said, for ensuring cultural rights and guarantee all the necessary conditions for this institution to effectively fulfill its mandate. So try to, you know, also make sure that other institutions, the rule of law works. And finally, focus on maintaining a strong and vibrant civil society. So my background is, I've been working for a long time, my PhD is on indigenous rights, and there is this amazing transnational indigenous movement. Indigenous peoples have got together and, you know, they really push the states, and even though they disagree, like North American indigenous groups disagree fiercely with Asian indigenous groups. However, they find the commonalities and they work together, and they have been amazingly helpful. I have not, my experience is that at the international level, I have not seen the same. So in this respect, this alliance is, you know, extremely rare in my knowledge, but also extremely helpful. Because artists, you know, very often work on their own, very often, you know, they're more reflective, very often they see the weaknesses of collectivities and power, and they deal with all this. I understand, but this has led to a civil society that could be much stronger together. So these links, I think, you know, with other groups outside the states really help. In the United Nations, we have the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders that also includes cultural rights defenders, but also continue to engage with the big problems of our times, continue to promote art not as luxury, not as financial resources, but as a greenhouse for new ideas, new visions, new fresh ways of looking at things. So I am here to listen, and I have listened a lot. I am here to learn, and I have learned a lot about the situation in your countries. But I stand with all of you together so that we can bring more artistic freedom and more fresh and new dialogues and ideas. Thank you.
Madam Rapporteur, thank you very much for the powerful speech and reminding us about the international legal but also moral obligations we as individuals, us as collectives and our governments needs to follow. Without any further delay, we are getting to the first part of our roundtable debate that will be moderated by Marion Dering. Marion, I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your speech, which showed us that we are really living in difficult times, in challenging times, and that this alliance has a lot to do, and this is also one of the reasons why we are here. As members of the European Alliance, we have witnessed on various occasions what is also confirmed by the Council of Europe report, Free to Create, Artistic Freedom in Europe, just recently published. The report is stating a growing impact of populist politics in Europe on freedom of expression and artistic freedom. So the big question for us as members of the Alliance is, what does it mean for us, for our work and for our actions? The Panorama magazine, which is a political program run by the German public broadcaster ARD, recently published figures released on the website Poll of Polls. According to these, in 13 of 27 EU member states, right-wing populist and radical right-wing parties have already overtaken the respective traditional moderate conservative parties or are almost on a par with them. So this is, I think, quite alarming. But we don't want to talk, so it shows also we are not only talking about Poland and Hungary today, we also see that there are many bad developments in other countries too, although we have to say that Hungary and Poland are two examples of what can happen, or the damage that can happen to culture when these governments are for a long time in power. Fidesz is since 13 years in power in Hungary, and PiS since 8 years, with new elections in a couple of weeks. But the influence of right-wing populism and parties in Europe is also growing in Spain, Germany, Sweden, Italy, France, Greece, and Slovakia, and others, where some right-wing parties are celebrating great electoral successes. So our first panel will invite us on a tour through Europe, and I would like to invite first Valerio Rocco Lozano to guide us to Spain. He is, I'll just briefly introduce you, the people who don't know you know who you are. He is the director of the Círculo de Bellas Artes in Madrid and a member of the Alliance, European Alliance of Academies. And the Círculo is a private, not-for-profit, major multidisciplinary center with one of the most active cultural programs in Madrid and activities in the fields of visual arts, music, film, theater, literature, science, philosophy, and poetry. So, yes. Valerio.
Thank you very much, Marion. Thanks to the Special Rapporteur for being here, and to Dominica and Villa Decius for the wonderful organization. Thanks also to the Alliance, Janine, Cristiane. I mean, it's really great to have the chance to speak about these themes with this very important audience. I will very briefly comment on some cases of violation of cultural rights in Spain in recent years, in the last decade. The most famous case happened in 2012 with the rapper, singer Valtònyc, a Catalan Spanish rapper. This case reached an international dimension when the rapper escaped to Brussels, involving also Belgium justice and the Strasbourg Human Rights Court. This rapper defines himself as a pro-independence, Catalan independent citizen, and his lyrics are based on an anti-fascist, republican, and anti-capitalist ideology. In August 2012, he was detained and accused of terrorism exaltation, instigation of hatred, incitement to violence, and injuries to the crown, to the king. In 2017, the Spanish National Court sentenced him to 3.5 years in jail, and a year later, the 23rd of May, just one day before he had to go to prison, he fled to Brussels. At the beginning of June, the Strasbourg court rejected Valtònyc's request to delay his imprisonment, but afterwards, the Belgian justice released Valtònyc without bail and decided not to extradite him to Spain on the sole condition that he does not leave Belgium while his case is open. This is still a very hot topic in Spain. Very briefly, other cases of artistic censorship or attacks on freedom of artistic expression in Spain. One is one of Pablo Hasél, a young rapper, also a rapper that was sentenced in 2017 to 2 years in prison for glorifying terrorism and slander and insults against the crown, again. 3 years later, upon appeal, the sentence was reduced to 9 months. But the first sentence was 3 years, which is a lot. There were famously two puppeteers were arrested in 2016 in Madrid, accused of glorifying terrorism during the Madrid Carnival Festival. They represented a play in which one of the puppets had a small prop, a small panel, where it was mentioned ETA, the Spanish terrorist group. They were in prison 5 days, and later they were released. In 2017, they were cleared of all charges, and the case was followed with much expectation and indignation, and later on, the play was performed in many Spanish cities. Going to the visual arts, Santiago Sierra, a very famous Spanish artist, was censored during the Spanish contemporary art fair Arco. In 2018, this artist showed in this fair an exhibition entitled Political Prisoners in Contemporary Spain, made up of photographic portraits of politicians, Catalan politicians, accused of rebellion and sedition. His work was withdrawn by his own gallery, Elga de Alvear, at the request of one of the main fair organizers. So it was his own gallery who decided to expel him. The artwork was, of course, sold very quickly and at a very high price after the controversial situation, and this was a clear case of artistic censorship that was highly criticized in the press, artistic and cultural sector. A quite similar thing happened the following year in Arco 2019 with Eugenio Merino, a different artist, who made a 4-meter tall ninot of the King Philip VI, aimed to be burned by the buyer of the piece. These ninots are sculptures that are normally burned in Valencia, and this one represented the king. So this was also object of controversy and was also excluded from the fair. And finally, in the field of literature, the book Fariña, the journalist Nacho Carretero wrote a book about the detailed history of Galician drug trafficking. In response to the demand of a mayor who was simply mentioned in the book, a judge agreed in 2018 to the precautionary seizure of the book. So the book, from one day to the other, was totally retired from all shops in Spain. The book was sequestered for 3 months and there was a great social debate about it. Of course, illegal copies were distributed. Everybody wrote the book, read the book, and of course, now it's skyrocketed and it's very important. Just a few months ago, to conclude, there were cases of censorship by certain city halls ruled by the Far Party Vox in coalition with the Popular Party. Especially bad was the case of the play Orlando by Virginia Woolf, a classic of contemporary theater, which was banned in a little city close to Madrid called Valdemorillo, because the responsible for culture of this town thought that it was not proper to display a play where a man becomes a woman. And this, of course, could affect children because of LGBTI and so on. And also a very important writer, Alberto Conejero, had his play called El Mar, the Sea, banned. This is a play about the Spanish Civil War and the history of a teacher who was killed by the Franco regime. Well, the village where the story took place during the Civil War, Briviesca, decided to ban the play because it could create controversies and it was not appropriate. Again, Vox was the party taking this decision. This had a strong impact in the, as I told you yesterday, in the Spanish politics just before the elections, and some of us think that could have some influence in the final result of the election, which was unexpectedly bad for the right and far-right party overall Spain. This is like a general summary.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just one question, because you've mentioned several cases. What is your feeling right now in the spirit that is the political spirit in Spain? Do you think there will be more such cases?
I think there was a big reaction, much bigger than expected. The week before the elections, only at our institution, we had every day some kind of complaint, reading of Orlando by Virginia Woolf, all of this organized by newspapers, civil society, and this happened in many institutions. And so I think this was a serious advice against censorship, also because of the consequences in the elections. So I think that even if we have to stay alert, the situation will be better because politicians understood that this is a very sensible matter.
Thank you very much. So our journey continues to Germany, and I would like to invite Gianni Meerapfel to tell us what she has to say. I don't need to introduce you because you were already properly introduced.
You want me to tell you something about Germany and the state of Germany today. You see, I come from another country. I come from Argentina, and I know what it means, what dictatorship means, what it means censorship, what violence can come after censorship. And the upcoming of the AfD, the right-wing party in Germany, is something that is making us all ask ourselves, what are we doing wrong? What are we not doing that is necessary to be done? Because the strengthening of this right-wing populist party is really moving in a dangerous direction. It has been founded, the AfD, maybe you know, 2013, in protest against the Euro bailout policy, the Euro-Rettungspolitik. And it's now present in parliaments in Germany. Since 2017, it is in the German Bundestag and currently in nearly all state parliaments. They are part of the European Parliament, despite of being known for their Euroscepticism. Current survey results show that the Germans' approval of the AfD is increasing day by day. They do not yet have a majority, but we all know, we learn it from history, how fast this could change. Now, what is the position of artists? what is the position of an Academy of the Arts in this case? We talk. We talk, we open the doors to discussion, we try to make clear what it means to suppress liberty, freedom of speech. And this is our way of discussing things now. In this very protected area that we are now with our friends, I can only say, please look at us, because it looks very good still, Germany, and we are organizing these wonderful meetings, and we have started this dialogue between European countries and European cultures, but also we are in danger. And the danger means that we still, as intellectuals and artists, have not found a way to properly fight against right wing. And this is something, because we are also very much into protecting the liberty of speech and protecting also the artist that does not shout. And so here we are with a situation in which I think that we have to overview again our strategies. And please, friends, help us with this. That's all.
Thank you, Janine. And I would like to add some figures also that there is the number of people in Germany with a right-wing extremist worldview has more than tripled within 4 years, according to a study by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, which is an SPD, Social Democrat foundation, which is carried out every 2 years and examining the affinity of the population to right-wing extremist positions. In 2018 to 2019, 2% of respondents adhered to far-right positions. And in the current survey, which was just published, this figure has risen to 8.3%. And the AfD now, for example, in the states surrounding Berlin, Brandenburg, is at, I think, 33%. If there would be elections, they would have 33%. So it's alarming, and you are completely right. We need to be observed.
There is something very important that I didn't say, and it is that the AfD politicians use a very strong populistic rhetoric. They speak about we, us, our people, our fatherland, our culture. Now this is very difficult for us. We're talking about we here, aren't we? We're talking about the we's that we think are necessary for the liberty, for the freedom of the arts. And they present themselves as representatives of a uniform national culture, from which they exclude many social groups as not belonging. As if something like a national culture, uniform national culture, would exist. I say it does not exist. Our we, the we of us, the members of the European Alliance, is not excluding but including. And when we discussed about accepting also countries that are not in the European Union, we said we are not excluding anybody. We said we are a European society, but we even accepted people that are not in the European Union. We think that we welcome all that are committed to democratic coexistence in Europe and beyond. So the thing is that how to make clear what these different we's are, how to make clear the we of the right wing and the we that we are using when we are together, okay? It's just a question. I have no first solutions, but I really want to put it on the table.
Thank you very much, Janine. And we move on to France. And I would like to invite Cécile Weisbrot to speak to us. She is a French writer, but based partly in Berlin and in Paris, or maybe a bit more in Paris than in Berlin, but in both countries. And she is a member of the Academy Akademie der Künste. She's also a translator. She has translated, for example, Virginia Woolf into French. So she's very sensitive about language, not only because she's using it herself, but also with translating. And please, Cécile.
Thank you. I would like to speak to you about the number 5. 5 syllables. It's a name, Vincent Bolloré, a man from Bretagne, beautiful landscapes, wild and soft, sea and country. First active in the paper industry, then maritime transport, banks, and since the 2000 years, a businessman investing in medias and building a patient media empire, in France, of course, a billionaire's empire, to diffuse far-right ideas, ultra-conservative, ultra-Catholic, even more far-right than the one you probably all know, Marine Le Pen, much more far-right. 5 branches of a media empire. Television with Canal+, once a pioneer and innovative channel, now emptied from all substance, still investing though in cinema. Belonging to the group CNews, a French version for Fox News, and C8 with its well-known populistic talk shows, in search every time of scandalous issues. Television is one. Radio, with the private radio station Europe 1, almost all journalists went on strike, which never happened before. 80% quitted, but Bolloré is rich and can pay, and he built up a new redaction that was about 1 year ago, and eager to diffuse his ideas. Papers, number 3, with Paris Match, and a kind of French version of Life. Most recently, a weekly news magazine, Le Journal du Dimanche, which is published every Sunday. That was his last prey. 6 weeks strike, 6 Sundays with no newspaper publication. Also there, did almost all journalists quit? New ones are now in charge. On the day, it's just an example, following the earthquake in Morocco, the JDD, as we say, was the only paper which didn't consider this even as breaking news. Instead of that, on the front page was the victory of the French team in the World Rugby Championship with the title Allons enfants de la patrie, which is the first line of the national anthem. Number 4, publishers, with the Hachette Group, which is one of the 2 main editorial groups in France. Bolloré already possessed Editis, which is the second one, and thanks to the European Union and to the European laws, it was happily forbidden that he could buy the first one, having still the second one, and now he's obliged to sell the second one in order to buy the first one. It's not, it's almost done, but not yet, but it will be done. Then, last but not least, his newest acquisition, L'Écume des Pages, scum of pages. It's a bookshop. The last surviving signpost in the once intellectual district of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, where now only luxury shops are. Till recently, l'Écume des Pages had been a kind of harbor on the boulevard Saint-Germain. The purchase was done just 2 weeks ago. The team posted a message on Facebook. We will do our best to advise and serve our customers as usual. So business as usual, no strike here, just acceptance. Things do not happen out of the blue, and it takes time to build up such an empire, as it takes time to establish any kind of dictatorship. Controlling medias is part of it. It's a first step. Hungary knows, Poland knows, Italy knows, France pretends not to know yet. It begins slowly. It begins with undertones, then voices become louder, words become clearer, and one morning you wake up and listen to the radio, hearing that it has happened. And you think, so suddenly, how can it be possible? But it wasn't so sudden. What will happen has already begun to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cécile, and someone who is owning so many media has, of course, a huge influence on or impact on the language that is used in a country, in a society. Are we lost in translation, not only between one country and another country, but maybe even more so within our own language, that we do not find the right language anymore to talk to the people?
Well, it's a complicated question. It is often said that politicians do not know how to address to simpler people. Marine Le Pen, for instance, in France, she has a rather simple language, and no, not so simple, but simple ideas. And I think at the moment being, it's more a question of ideas than a question of words. Of course, ideas are conveyed through words, and words are conveying ideas, but there is something very specific. I don't know in other countries, but in France, for the moment, we have two kinds of far rights. We are very favorized by the circumstances, because there are two kinds of far right, and one from Marine Le Pen is populistic and addresses to people out of the country, province, small towns who feel forgotten by Paris, by the centralized power. But we have also someone called Zemmour, and Bolloré is defending his ideas. And there is also Marine Le Pen's niece, who is together with Zemmour. And it's another kind of far right, more cultivated, more keen on religion, Catholicism, French traditions, and rewriting also French history. Mm-hmm. And the luck for the moment being that we have is that they don't keep together. Mm. They are fighting each other. But this far right from Zemmour and Marine Le Pen's niece is beginning to have a little bit like in Spain, an alliance with conservative parties. So that would be the danger.
it's a big danger, and so another country to be strongly observed, so you know about it. We will move on now to Hungary, and I welcome Ferenc Sinki, who is the president of the Society of Hungarian Authors. He is a journalist, essayist, and an author himself, and we have been visiting him and his society, and also many of his colleagues from different cultural fields this May in Budapest, which was a very inspiring visit, and we learned a lot. And now, please tell us about the situation. Did it change or not? Maybe not.
Well, you mentioned that's me being an author as well. Well, unfortunately, I stopped being an author in the last couple of years because of the current political, cultural situation. I mostly write petitions and declarations. So I think my next book is going to be my most beautiful declarations. As Cecile mentioned, yes, Hungary knows. And I don't even sure where to start because so many things to tell. And I'm sure that many of you are pretty much aware of our situation. A few years ago, I attended a pretty similar debate in Belgrade, and there were other guests on the stage as well, I think from Serbia and Romania and Austria. And when it came to the current political, cultural situation, the moderator turned to me and said, "I don't even have a question for you, talk." And I have been talking ever since then. When I'm preparing for an event like this, I always try to take a close look at the topic, the theme, the title of the event. And I always try to imagine that title as a question that should be answered. And this time, talking about the freedom of art, the freedom of speech, it was very hard for me to imagine the freedom of art and freedom of speech as a question. Because for me, freedom of art and freedom of speech is a non-negotiable phenomenon. It's a yes or no question. The reason I'm starting with this very straightforward statement is because in Hungary, whenever I come to these type of events, I keep being asked if, as an independent author, an independent journalist in Hungary, can I say and write whatever I want and whatever I think? And the answer is, I am allowed to, but sometimes I cannot. And the reason behind that is the government, and not just the government, but this whole system that they have been building in the last 13 years by now, including shady businessmen related somehow to politicians and stuff like that. Using this system, they are starting to take away the possible platforms where you can practice your freedom of speech in terms of not just buying media platforms, but by drying out oppositional parties, drying out financially independent NGOs just like ours. And this is all happening in the name of democracy and capitalism, because, you know, it's a free market, it's a democratic country. We voted for the government, I mean, not me personally, but generally. And they can say that this is, dear citizens, this is what you wanted after the socialist time. You wanted democracy and you wanted capitalism. Now we are using the tools of capitalism and democracy, because what's happening right now in Hungary, and maybe not just in Hungary, it's not the good old-fashioned authoritism that we know. It's not political anymore. It's more like a financial totalitarian system. And it's very strange, but whenever I or someone, a journalist, call the government or call Hungary an autocracy or dictatorship, all these politicians are feeling very, very hurt. And I started thinking about it, that, okay, so It's not a dictatorship. It's not an autocracy. And let's make a reverse analysis. And let's think about what it is. And my question is that a democracy in which the current government puts their people in every possible position, invade the media, invade the university system, and so on? It doesn't look like a democracy to me. And is it real capitalism when public money tendenciously being private money and goes to the area of this government or businessman? It's not the capitalism that I heard about. So unfortunately, at the moment, it seems pretty endless and pretty hopeless. The Prime Minister just a few weeks ago said in an interview that he plans to run the country until 2034, which is still pretty much a long time. I have no very good ideas what to do against that. But if I come to places like this and talk about, it might help a bit, then I'm happy to be here.
Thank you very much, Ferenc. When we were in, you can go ahead. When we were in Budapest, I think we all agree here with us, had this impression that that there is in the media, people are tired, they are even depressed, so there is no energy anymore to uprise, to do something. Even manifestations are, if they are any, then they are very small. Do you now, being here in Poland, do you feel another spirit in this country of opposing, of uprising?
In Poland?
Yes.
Well,
compared to Hungary.
yes, of course. It's a bit different. Obviously, it's a different country. It's much bigger. The political system is a bit different. But as I see in the last like 10 years, Poland is always a few steps behind us in terms of having these bad decisions and having these bad situations that we are facing right now. I feel a bit better always when I'm in Poland because because that means that I'm not in Hungary. You know, there's this stereotype in the Hungarian propaganda media by the government that the stereotype of the independent oppositional intellectual complaining abroad about Hungary. Well, that's me, and unfortunately that's what I need to do, and I do it in Poland as well. But generally, and to give a serious answer, I see more hope in Poland than I do in Hungary.
Thank you, and that leads us to Poland, and I think Jan Tomasz Adamowicz, you are sitting on the far right from me. He is, just to introduce him, to those who don't know him, he is a Polish conductor, organist, chamber musician, recording artist, and music administrator, and at present he is serving as general and artistic director of Capella Krakowiensis, the Krakow Early Music Orchestra and Mixed Symphonic Choir. So very welcome to this table, to our European family, I have to say. And please let us know about your situation.
Well, when I see this title, Rights and Freedom of Culture, I must say, of course, world is not black and white. And for me, the biggest problem with censorship is inside. If you open your smartphones now and look at the website of Krakow Opera House, you will see what I mean. I'm a conductor, but I'm also the director of formal institution, not because I like to sign documents, but if I am not, I would have to play Vivaldi Four Seasons every day because there is no interest for other repertoire. So censorship is inside. My biggest enemies are general managers of state philharmonic halls and state operas, because they are not interested in anything ambitious on stage. It is the biggest problem at the moment. But going back to the situation, to things you are talking about, I think we should be very strong, and we shouldn't think like children. It is not possible that government comes to you and says, please, this is $1 million, you can €1 million, you can speak what you want, you can put on stage any show you want. It is not possible. We should be really strong and very smart. And there are some problems in Poland, but of course it is nothing if you compare it with many strange, special countries in the world. I think it is possible to manage, but we should manage. It is not like you go to the city center with a Kalashnikov and you say, I'm a fantastic artist, I want to say what I want. And it is not possible. We shouldn't act as children. We should be smart, we should be strong, we should talk with people. There were some problems in Poland with some dramatic theaters, for example, in Wrocław. It was possible to manage, but the former director decided to fight in the street. It is not possible. You should speak with politicians privately. Speak with not with 10 people or 20 people, with one person which is responsible for this. I think it is impossible to fight in the street. If we are general managers of artistic institutions, it's a commitment. We have no right to destroy everything. We should be very smart. We should go on, and that's all.
Thank you very much. I have a question. When you say you have to talk to politicians privately, does it have any impact? Can you feel when you do it that they understand? It's a myth that there is a state. It's a myth. There are certain people you should talk with. Of course, it's nice to make a nice conference with all this rhetoric, but we need practical solutions to survive. Yeah. And do you feel like solidarity with other people that are directing cultural institutions or theaters or orchestras or whatever? Do you talk to each other? To what extent do you talk to each other?
I really hate the word solidarity. There is if we want to improve rights and freedom of culture, we should improve education connected with art.
Absolutely.
If we want to improve the quality of democracy, we should invest in education.
You're right.
For me, in Poland, it doesn't matter who is running this or another city. The people are not educated in art. I have to manage somehow.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just a technical remark for those who are wondering about our timeline. Definitively, we are going to finish on time, to start on time, the second part of the debate. So the forthcoming debate focusing on Poland starts as planned at 2. So please do consider it when wrapping up the session.
Well, yes,
Thank you very much.
I know,
Sorry
but there
for
are
the,
two
course.
more people whom
course.
we want to listen to, and one is Wolfgang Kalek from the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights. He founded it in 2007. You are a lawyer, and you founded it together with internationally active lawyers, and you have been its Secretary General ever since. Please, maybe you can summarize a bit what you heard, because I know that's your strength.
And keep the
Briefly,
time.
and keep the time, and we have one more to.
And first of all, thank you.
Can we ask the speaker?
Yes, I'm sorry. So that's our daily work, combating torture in Syria, but also in Guantanamo. It's combating pushbacks at the external borders. It's combating human rights violation by European transnational organization, but I also have the pleasure to work since quite a number of years with the Academy of Fine Arts in formats Memory and Justice dialogues between artists, activists, and lawyers, which shows a little bit the interconnectedness of our work. And so it's a pleasure to work with you in the European Alliance since 2021. We worked on the Hungarian case, wrote a legal opinion on that, and proposed some soft law mechanisms, including approaching your predecessor. I have a little bit of aversion to appeal to the European values, because that's a rhetoric of bigotry, I think. When Europe, the Europe of the German Holocaust, the Europe of the colonial crimes, the Europe of the continuing crimes against migrants at the external borders, has at some point no values. So I prefer, and there I am a lawyer, I prefer, as Alexandra laid out, I prefer to talk about legal obligations, and there you see, when it comes to the definition of freedom of arts and cultures, that's a treasure, and that's a hidden treasure so far, because mainly people understand the freedom of arts as the freedom of the lonely writer who fights against censorship or criminalization. But as you laid out, and I don't have to repeat it, this is much more, and this also brings me if you really want to understand what's going on, you have to embed it in a much broader context of growing authoritarian tendencies all over the world. This is not a European phenomenon, and this is also, of course, no privilege of the so-called authoritarian states, which are easy to identify. It's also about the states who define themselves democratic. And so this was a wonderful overview here. And so the debate is led in the context of shrinking spaces. And what we observe in these shrinking spaces, and again, your broader vision of definition of culture, it's a copy and paste of governments. And you see it in the wonderful example of this censorship and suppression of arts in Poland, the 2002 report, and I only read the titles, and you see it's a copy and paste of the government's legal mechanisms of suppression, blasphemy laws, defamation laws, bureaucratic interference into arts and cultures. That's the replacement of theater director, and that's the attack against the institution, media and public opinion and control, intimidation by non-state actors, mainly by religious and right-wing organizations, and of course legal repercussions, financial repercussions, and your your reference, Alexandra, to censorship and self-censorship. So it's a whole varieties of methods of expression, and that leads me to the question how to organize resistance against that. And it's clearly, if there is a whole variety of tools of repression, you have to react to it also in an interconnected, interdisciplinary and complementary way. So, of course, one thing is Bartosz, who just told us about his trial, needs to defend himself, and this is a legal self-defense, a case in Polish courts that goes without saying, and also Alexandra pointing to international mechanisms. That's an important plus, but I think Robert's remark were also extremely important, connected with what Bartosz was saying. It's about local plus global, not local versus global, as people often, especially right-wing people, often point to. It's local plus global. It's building up, and I was impressed by his talk. It's building up resilience, which is an individual task, but which is also a collective task. And there, of course, there are different ways to support and to defend people who are under this pressure, who are under threat. It's financial support, as we heard yesterday from the Slovakia theater, where the financial means of a government are cut. It's about media coverage, but it's of course also about a smart use of legal tools. And when I say smart use of legal tools, don't believe that the law and the courts will save you, will help you. They don't provide the solution. It's a complementary tool, and still important, because there are a lot of even mainstream and conservative people who believe in law, and that's something we have to count on. And last but really not least, when this is to be seen into a broader context of our growing authoritarianism, we have to develop a broader vision of justice, a utopian vision of justice, which is more to defend the status quo. Obviously, this is again not to talk about justice, to develop visions on justice is obviously not only the task of lawyers. It's a long-run task for all of us, but it's necessary, because necessary to combat right-wing populism and fascism, but it's also necessary to combat the grounds of right-wing and populism. And this is growing social inequality. This is climate change. So this requires a much more developed political vision, which has to go beyond the necessary and important self-defense.
Thank you very much. And now we move on, I would say, to Slovenia, but we don't move to Slovenia. We are really making a tour d'horizon of Europe. And so welcome to Aleš Steger, who is a Slovenian writer, and he's a member of the Akademie der Künste in Berlin, also living partly in the two countries. Please share your thoughts with us.
So I'm very sorry. Regard this speech of mine as being a bridge between this table and the lunch which is waiting there out. I tried to make a few remarks about topics that are, in my eyes, crucial. There is more than one Europe. There are many Europes, of course, but for the purposes of this reflection, there must be two Europes. The first is the Europe of diplomatic smiles and harmonized legislation, the Europe of solidarity pacts, and the Europe of the wonderful European Central Bank, the Europe of the European Court of Human Rights, the Europe of Strasbourg and Brussels, the Europe of bailouts, and the Europe of group photos of the leaders, of the heads of the 27 member states. We all know it. It is a Europe with promises of solidarity, equality, human rights, and rule of law. A Europe that has its mouth full of freedom and art, and also of the right to freedom of us who make art. The second Europe is the Europe behind the screen of the first Europe. less visible even if in plain sight. A Europe that makes us shudder, a Europe that, to which we always return at points of division and conflict in the struggle for personal and collective privileges. We all know about it and we all live it. A Europe with a face disfigured by its own truth, past and present. There is a difference between the two Europes as we know it from many famous duos, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, The Beauty and the Beast, Rabelais and his Golem. The first Europe blindly praises, the second cynically mocks. The first signs new credits, the second collects debts. The first wallows in the anonymity of bureaucratic procedures in long stuffy corridors where people lose faces, opinions and will. The second manipulates emotions, creates a false sense of community, flaunts a supposed sense of the aggrieved and the outcast, the threatened and the written off. To translate the political into the language of poetic images and words, I would say that the first Europe is a dull and unconvincing repetition of itself, a liposuction here and face powder there. The second Europe, unlike the first, has to hide its true face, since one gets shivers in front of its face. But what gives this second Europe its strength? What drives it in very different circumstances, 70 years after the end of the last war, in which the sons of the mothers of the citizens of the so-called core countries of Europe also fell? What scars its face and gives it its unprecedented power of manipulation and persuasion? What chronic illnesses shape its image? The context here does not allow for a longer and more in-depth analysis, and lunch is waiting already. So allow me to take a loose and associative, poetic, if you like, approach and list a few of Europe's chronic diseases which, in my opinion, are a key contributor to the increasingly alarming state of our democracy, freedom and rights. So I will help myself with poetry, with two verses from a poem that has been with me for more than 30 years, two verses that I cannot get out of my head. The verses are, "We are better than those who perished. Our malignant wisdom has no like on this planet." The first disease, paternalism. The word comes from the father, from the ruler of the instance of power. With a paternalistic gesture, we cover someone, we pat, and at the same time we overhear and overlook the meaning of his or her voice and thoughts. We cover his opinion, his needs, and his appearance. In this sense, we reify his existence into a bare function, similar to the functions of ghosts, who are and are not at the same time. Sooner or later, the paternalized will tire and be forced to accept the opinion of us, the besserwisser. Paternalism is always in the domain of the stronger, of those who have no hope, because hope, as we all know, is the drug of the weak. Paternalism is a trait of them who presumably know from the outset what the outcome will be. As such, paternalism is another word for the neo-colonial attitudes and behavior that have taken root covertly within the EU and its decision-making structures over the last 20 years or so. That the EU is openly engaged in colonialism beyond its borders is more than obvious. But colonialism within the EU is a particular form of continuation of centuries-old relationships and stereotypes forged by force of arms and intrigue. Paternalism helps us not to think, it creates blind spots of thinking, it excuses ignorance, ill information, misunderstanding, anti-empathy. In families, it is normal for adults to teach their children, but anyone who has a child knows that it is a two-way process. Children also teach adults, and it becomes even more complicated when both sides are impatient tea-trollers. I will now shift further on to the second quote from the poet. So the poet says, we, saved by our own cunning and knowledge, by sending others to the more exposed positions, urging them loudly to fight on, ourselves withdrawing in certainty of the cause lost. So says our poet, addressing the second disease, cynicism. Many books have been written about cynicism. According to the principles of cynicism, any accident that may happen will actually happen. But there are no conflicts or accidents. There are automatisms of behavior in the face of all kinds of conflict situations in the world. I'm not just talking about a basic survival instinct. I'm talking about a much cooler mind that calculates and through its calculations allows and thereby co-creates the misfortune of the other. Europe is the high artist of petty calculating, in which our fatal fragmentation into small interests, small privileges, small solipsistic games is fatal. In this environment, we nurture art and with equal parts pragmatism and cynical skepticism, we set boundaries that allow it not to die, but even less to live freely. Our museums, our concert houses, our galleries, and the so-called independent scene, our academies, are in the eyes of the cynics only a conditionally necessary decoration, an entertainment for the masses. We tolerate them only in as far as we can also send them into the front lines at any moment. And if they do not obey, we extinguish them. I will quote a bit more of my poet. Treasure the skills acquired in the hour of terror. You have a clever mind which sees instantly the good and bad of any situation. You have an elegant, skeptical mind which enjoys pleasures, quite unknown to primitive races. Which lead us to the third chronic disease, passing the buck. In smaller cultures, communities, or nations, the disease is endemic, permitting every poor. Let others, bigger, better supported, decide for us. We follow their winds. It is always better to blame the other, bigger one. For the countries where I live, that used to be Belgrade, today it is Brussels. A prime example of what the rampant disease of passing the buck, of blaming one's own decision, of blaming one's own internal problem can lead to is the Brexit. As we can see, it is not just the disease of the few and the small ones, but a Europe-wide disease in which the carrier of the disease, the nurse, the specialist, and the funeral director is at the same time a bureaucracy, or rather the logic of bureaucracy. And we all, I think, cling very much to this logic. Finally, let your lips proposing a hypothesis not know about the hand faking the experiment. Let your hand faking the experiment not know about the lips proposing a hypothesis. Learn to predict a fire with unerring precision, then burn the house down to fulfill the prediction. So the fourth and my last disease of Europe, chronic provincialism. What was once confined by geographical, cultural, or linguistic borders continues today on a global scale. Despite the fact that we operate increasingly across borders, the principles of self-censorship, fear, self-restraint have crept into the way we react when when confronted with the unknown. Learned forms of curiosity have increasingly sectarian boundaries. Fachidiotism is increasingly the watchword of success, and closing the fences of our predictable communities is a necessity. Fear becomes the driving force behind our actions and even more, our abandonment of action. Fear of failure, fear of public lynching, fear of failure and non-acceptance. The provincial might travel as the cosmopolitans once did, might have a library at home bigger than those of the encyclopedist, but he or she does not really live his comfort zone. He or she himself is another one of them all, our scared, our successful, our provincial nobody. Ladies and gentlemen, I skipped quite a part of my text. The list of medical conditions is still quite long, inevitably long, because we live in a time when the smaller symptom is quickly renamed a pathological phenomenon. The poem from which I have quoted, which has been with me for decades and which always gave me fresh ideas, is that of your Polish Nobel Prize winner Czesław Miłosz. As we know, in the end of his life, he chose to be buried here in Krakow. But this poem was, and this is the point of my story, this poem was written after the Second World War in '46. And let me just, to wrap it up at least a bit, read the first of the 8 full poems. We whose lungs fill with the sweetness of day, who in May admire trees flowering, are better than those who perished. We who taste of exotic dishes and enjoy fully the delights of love are better than those who were buried. We, from the fiery furnaces, from behind barbed wires on which the wind of endless autumns howled, we who remember battles where the wounded air roared in paroxysms of pain, we, saved by our own cunning and knowledge, by sending others to the more exposed positions, urging them loudly to fight on, ourselves withdrawing in certainty of the cause lost. Having the choice of our own death and that of a friend, we chose his, coldly thinking, let it be done quickly. We sealed gas chambers' doors, stole bread, knowing the next day would be harder to bear than the day before. As befits human beings, we explored good and evil. Our malignant wisdom has no like on this planet, except it is proven that we are better than they, the gullible, hot-blooded weaklings, careless with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alice. So this what you just all told us shows that how visionary poets are, and that we should listen much more to them, and that we need to take care of our culture and of the arts, because it's only with them that we can come out of the crisis, I strongly believe. So thank you very much, and now it's time for lunch.
That's it.
Thank you very much, and I hope to see you back here to the room in not later than a quarter. So we have a quarter, 15 minutes.
For lunch.
gentlemen, we're going to start the second part of our meeting today. We're going to hear the Polish perspective right now. Rights and freedom of culture in times of political change. The elections to the government are coming in Poland with big steps. I believe that many observers have watched the Polish political scene. And before we talk about culture and practice, because among us are representatives of different cultural institutions, but also those who create art on their own. We have here representatives of theaters and other institutions. And before I give them the floor, let me now ask Dominika Kasprowicz about her university practice. And the most important question is culture important in political programs of parties? Is it important? Let us limit to the 5 main parties. I believe this will paint us an interesting context. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to today's meeting. The meeting which here at Villa Decius is held among maybe not a great number of people, but it is available online and it will be available online, so I'm sure there will be a much greater audience. When I thought about the topic of our meeting, aware of the fact that our colleagues from the European Alliance of Academies were coming to Poland, I realized how vast an area that was. Not only because of the political practice and also different challenges related to the war and the pandemic, challenges for the cultural sector, of course, but also because the difficulties and the challenges are very deep. So it's a very broad and at the same time a very deep topic. When we think where to look for the sources of problems that we have to deal when we manage the space of culture, when we use the space and the goods of culture, or when we create the works of art. I believe that it's been out of desperation that I've decided to use something that I have always used in my academic practice, namely things that are available on paper. And in the context of the coming elections, the number of papers, namely political declarations made on paper, proposals and so on, well, it would seem that there would be quite a sumptuous number of them. Well, it's not that there are not too many of them, but I was really surprised when I reviewed what was available to an ordinary Polish citizen. And when I realized that in the scope of perspectives and programs, this basic field of fight, namely culture, is simply skipped by politicians. Well, I don't want to say that when you browse the internet or participate in the public debate or when you listen to candidates, that there won't be any ideas on how to change the Polish cultural policy or what topics to tackle.
zachowania się, no mówiąc krótko,
But
obraz bardzo
this
niespójny,
review
bardzo
will leave us with a very
raczej tworzony, mam
scattered
wrażenie,
view
ad vocem bieżących wydarzeń,
created
niż
ad
stanowiący
hoc
przemyślany,
and ad vocem
strukturalny
to
plan
current
dla
events.
koniecznych
It is
zmian
definitely not a well thought through
polityzowanej
plan,
szeroko,
structural
też
plan
obejmującej
of how
przestrzenie
to
poza
develop
wyborczą.
Polish cultural
Razem z
policy.
zespołem 16
Now,
naukowców i
together with a
polskich
team
ośrodków
of
przy
16
Uniwersytecie
scientists
Jagiellońskim
from a
oraz piątej
dozen
już,
of
mamy taki przegląd
research
materiałów
centers
wyborczych,
at
żeby
Jagiellonian University, it is for the fifth time that we have run a review
pomyśleli
of
o innych niż tylko
such
emocjonalnych
declarations,
kryteriach
so
wyboru
that
politycznego.
people could think about
Jeśli ktoś nie
other
jest zdecydowany albo
than
nie wie,
emotional
takie
criteria
oparte
of
na
their
meritum
political choice.
pomocniki można znaleźć. Jednym z nich jest barometr
So,
wyborczy.
for example,
I właśnie
there's
do
the
niego się
elections
odwołuję, czy odwoływałam,
barometer,
kiedy robiłam sobie przegląd tego, co
and this is something I
w
referred
przestrzeni
to
komunikacji
when
politycznej
I
tuż
wanted
przed
to
wyborami
check what
parlamentarnymi
in the
jest, a
Polish
raczej czego nie ma.
communication was, or actually was not available,
Konstatację właściwie
in the
już
wake of
Państwu, przedstawiłam, natomiast
governmental elections.
żeby być bardziej precyzyjną,
Now, to be more
przyglądałam się dwóm tematom, a
precise,
mianowicie
let me tell you the
wolności
following.
ekspresji artystycznej,
I've checked two
przekonaniu
topics,
odnośnie do tego,
freedom of artistic
na ile
expression
ona
and
powinna
the
podlegać
conviction
kontroli ze
to
strony
which
instytucji
extent
państwowych.
it should be controlled by
sprawdzające
state
pytanie.
institutions.
A
So
drugie
that was the
dotyczyło,
first question.
drugie
The second
dotyczyło
question
swobody zarządzania
concerned
w przestrzeni kultury
freedom
i brzmiało,
of
na
management
ile
in
instytucje
culture.
publiczne
And the question was the
kultury,
following:
teatry,
to
muzea,
what extent
mogą swobodnie wybierać
public
tematy swojej
institutions, cultural institutions, museums,
Symptomatyczne wydaje mi się, że
galleries,
niejasne lub brak stanowiska w
philharmonics,
tej
and so
sprawie
on,
w dostępnych
could
materiałach
freely
przedstawiają,
choose their topics.
komitety czy partie,
And now
rządzą,
political committees
oraz
or
te,
parties,
które lokujemy standardowo
they are very
na skrajnej
vague
części
with
prawej
this regard.
spektrum politycznego. Z drugiej strony
Especially those who are
propozycje
in the
dla
far
kultury,
right.
które znajduje
On the other hand, the proposals for
tradycyjnie
culture
rozumianej lewej stronie
that
spektrum,
I see on the left
czy
side,
w głównych partiach
of
czy
the
komitetach
spectrum,
opozycyjnych, jak powiedziałam,
so with the main
one
parties
istnieją,
or the
są
opposition
nawet dość
committees,
rozbudowane,
well,
ale
there
nie
are
ma się
there, they're
poczucia, że to jest,
quite substantial. However,
propozycja, która
you
byłaby
don't get this
propozycją
sense that it's a
poważną,
proposal that
strukturalnie ujmującą
is
tematy
serious,
problemu.
that
I to bardzo był przydługi wstęp,
approaches
ale ja już do brzegu
topics
zabijam,
and
a
problems
zabijam,
structurally.
mówiąc,
Okay, that's been quite a
kiedy
prolonged introduction, but
zaproponowałam Janine
I'm coming
tytuł
close to the
Prawo
end.
do kultury
When I
i wolności
suggested
twórców,
to
miałam
Janine
nadzieję,
the
razem z Państwem,
title Rights and
z
Freedom of
kolegami
Culture,
z różnych
I
środowisk
hoped that
międzynarodowych
together with you and
upomnimy
other
się
colleagues
o
from
prawo do
international
kultury.
institutions, we
Nie
would
tylko konstytucyjne
ask,
prawo
you
do
would
korzystania z
claim
dóbr kultury,
this
ale
right
o prawo
to
do tego,
culture,
żeby wiedzieć, co
the
się
right
planuje,
to know
albo czego się nie
what is
planuje
being planned or
w
what is
momencie
not
wielkiej,
being
to jest
planned
niewątpliwe, politycznej zmiany.
ahead of
I
a big, that's
krótkim
without doubt, a
i
big
krótkim
political
zdaniem
change.
chciałabym na razie zakończyć.
So
Bardzo
this way
dziękuję.
I've come to the end
Mam
of
nadzieję,
my
że do
address.
barometru jeszcze wrócimy,
I do hope
bo
that
wkrótce
we'll
będzie
come
dostępny
back
też
to this
szerokiej
barometer
publiczności, co,
that you have
kwestia
mentioned, because it is going to be
zbliżających się
available
kwestii
to
niezwykle istotne. A my chcielibyśmy
the public
rozpocząć właściwie ten
soon.
kontekst uniwersytetu.
And
bardzo
now
mnie
this
zainspirował do tego,
university
żeby również,
context has
sięgać
inspired
bardzo
me
wysoko do
to
sfery idei właściwie, chociaż
reach
rzecz jasna,
to the sphere of idea.
zapytać,
Although I'm sure we will hear very many concrete things today. So I'd like to ask the participants about their fundamental understanding of right to culture. So let me start with Witold Bereś, sitting on my left, who is a film director, a journalist, chief editor of Kraków i Świat magazine.
jako menadżera, ale także tworzącego.
So you're not only a manager, but also a creator. And I believe that sometimes these two worlds have clashes and find it difficult to find agreement.
Od 40 lat jestem szczęśliwie zakochany i to nie tylko w mojej żonie pierwszej i wierzę, że
For the last 40 years, I have been successfully in love, not only in my wife, but also in freedom and culture, and this is reciprocated. So there is no culture. I'm speaking loud enough, so I do not need a microphone. There is no culture without freedom. There is no option like that. So the Sir Isaac Berlin once wrote about two kinds of freedom. It was an essay in 1980s. We were, as youngsters, started to read it, and we read it to the full. He spoke about two types of loves, two types of freedoms: freedom from and freedom to. Freedom from is a negative one, whereas freedom to is a positive one. So freedom from censorship would be still a negative one. However, freedom to would be an obligation. However, this noble professor from Oxford did not experience the contemporary times. These contemporary times are completely weird. So privately, I can talk about hybrid democracy and hybrid times. We do not have any freedom to. Well, in fact, we do have it and don't have it. So I'm talking about Western countries, liberal countries. So you can write anything, but to whom? So there is no censorship, but if you do not get, if you're expelled, if the Polish state starts the row of aggression, why does it matter that you are free from censorship? There is some freedom between. So please do not look at Western Europe with despise. This freedom will come. This is about social media, this is about the internet, and I'm deeply involved in it, and also artificial intelligence. This is a monster that will change everything. So when societies say, yes, we choose you, we elect you democratically, so do what you want, and there is the access to unusual tools, devilish, I would say, but I'm not a believer. So in that situation, we will see Vox, AfD, and even worse than that. What I'm worried here at this table, that with all those magnificent descriptions, Robert Piastowski, whom I really love, he said that Krakow is great, that he didn't say that Krakow will be different in 4 months' time, because the elections will come. We know even better than myself that the dark times are coming. Harry Potter is nothing. It is a piece of cake, and dark hour is still imminent. Why? Because we are afraid to name the evil. It's better to name it and to understand it. So what we can do, because it is not like this, because intellectuals, artists are so sensitive. Let me tell you, I made 5 films and wrote 40 books. I played in the backyard. If somebody chose to throw a stone at me, I chose also to fight back. We have the possibility to respond with the intellect, with the mind and culture to evil. So I was fighting back, not with a stone, but with the kind of weapon that I acknowledged. So the politicians will come to you if you are successful. Please remember that. If you come to politicians, you will be their clients, you will be the applicants. So if we create transnational, transborder structures, I mean the third sector, the NGOs, the foundations and create a big project of European culture that is attractive, and it is. I have grandchildren in California, in the US, and they say they enjoy only Europe, and they are 10 and 13 years old, oh my God. So they do enjoy European culture. So there was an idea that we should make something together. So we should not do anything wrong. So one of our guests said a moment ago that Polish people are optimistic, that there is hope about it. It does not sound optimistic, this contribution. Let's try to stick to that. Michał Adanowicki, Baraka Theatre. He's director of Baraka Theatre, and we also have Dominika Kufel, who also founded the theatre together with him. There was no place for the other speaker, but she's here with us. Michał, the notion of freedom. Perhaps you will start with being in love. Yes, yes, ladies and gentlemen, because when sitting here, we are all in love with culture. We want to change something about culture, to make it better, to improve it. But I wanted to say something different, ladies and gentlemen. I am the representative of the Baraka Theatre. It is not an institutional theatre. And I'm a person. And this year, I'm going through transition, through gender transition. I'm 50 years old. Ada Nowicka, it's myself. And currently I'm Michał Adanowicki. So I'm a transgender person. As I say, it's very difficult for me because as a girl, I was admitted to the Theatre Academy of Performing Arts. I had to agree to some things. In Poland, there isn't. If you know, please tell us. So in Poland, there is no system for what we were saying about LGBT communities, about the minorities. So Poland does not have any artistic or cultural space for LGBTQ+ people as full-fledged citizens, as the people who create culture. In Poland, there is nothing like that. And speaking of political programs, ladies and gentlemen, we keep saying that there will be some support for actors, and we hope that the censorship will be removed so that in Poland there is freedom of speech, freedom of culture, freedom of performing arts, so that no theatre directors are removed. They should not be suppressed. Actors should not be suppressed who refuse to play in performances because they are forced by theatre directors. So, because also, as Alexandra said, many people are afraid about the future of their own family. They are scared that they might be made redundant and their children will suffer. And this is the bravery, the courage of Director Głuchowski from Słowacki Theatre, which premiered the Dziady, the forefathers of Adam Mickiewicz, the first one in 1968, staged by Kazimierz Dejmek, and the history repeats itself with the next staging. Forefathers from Juliusz Słowacki Theatre are again staged and again condemned. So, as Mr. Beresh said, what kind of system can be worked out so that such person like me, who want to say something through art, through performing arts, through culture, they should not be enclosed within their own prison, because our own country, our current government, this is the government that takes care of the artists, but this care looks somehow different. The Baraka Theatre has not been getting any subsidies for 2 years because of the project LGBT Zone. The Juliusz Słowacki Theatre is not getting the state subsidies. So the only situation that we can change it is to start a dialogue, for example here. But we will not work out anything without the highest authorities changing the system. You say that we can come and talk. It is not true. It is far from true, because writing letters, making phone calls, it is like knocking at a closed door. So there is no dialogue with our authorities. Everything is imposed. It is either black or white, and culture remains undefined. It is the great diversity of actions. We are born with culture and we die with it. But if we are facing great hope concerning Poland. We are facing the elections. If on the 15th of October, if we do not go to vote, if we do not want to change anything in Poland, if we don't do it, so the thing that was mentioned by Mr. Beresh, this will get even worse. People like me, theaters like mine, will stop existing. Perhaps state institutions will survive, but will make them survive, but private institutions, private theaters will not survive. I'm not mentioning only my own theater, not only in Krakow, not only in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, also the plenipotentiary for culture, he said that Krakow helps a lot. Local governments, yes, but local governments will run out of money. We need to count on the state protection of culture. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really glad, Michał, that you could be with us here. I'm really happy that you said these words, sharing your personal history with us, which cast some light not only on your own life, but also on our lives. Bartosz Szydłowski, the artistic director and founder of the Łaźnia Nowa Theatre, the artistic director of the Divine Comedy Festival, and theatre director. So you are both producer, manager, and creator, and an artist. So your understanding of freedom, right to culture, within the perspective of Witold called hybrid democracy. So we all use these words. All parties keep repeating these words. So yes, I have called the cultural policy of our state the hybrid one, without any permanent points of disorientation, without information chaos, without any false information put to circulation. So there is some kind of auto-da-fe of the artist. There are two perspectives. The rights to culture is the right that directs us towards the audience, towards the recipients. And at some point, I realized that we live in the times in which we need to be aware that the very creativity is in danger. So that something that was the primeval tissue of creativity. So there were some artists who have been selected, and our mature European states created some kind of protection for social activity, which is strongly in demand. It is not purely entertainment, but the idea of the creation of the entire structure that assists that is that we create some space in which we negate even ourselves, that the logic of everyday thinking with the pragmatic approach to solving all the problems in some statutory form is negated, is questioned, so that our mind is practiced. This is by all means important, because on that level in Poland, nothing has been treated so seriously as an important factor for the social development. There was a number of other important issues related to the transformation, but we still are bearing the fruit of our representatives in the parliament, in the governments, did not treat culture as seriously as it deserved, and that it was treated as somebody that can defend itself. So the mechanism led to some dangerous outcome, some kind of indifference to culture among the society. So perhaps it's not purely indifference, but lowering down the requirements, lowering down the status of culture, which is used in a crude way by the governing party, because they're implementing some hierarchy of values, devaluating our standards. So we have the right to culture with regards to participation. We have low quality music which becomes the mainstream, whereas the valuable things are being eliminated. So a lot of dogmatized things are removed. So the minister can be proud with the figures. They invest more in culture, but please see where the money goes. So, for example, the museums with the virtual narratives. So this often goes to the arts which do not have any dialectical potential. Theater loses here. Film is perhaps in a better situation because there are some valuable films on still, but theater, which reaches some kind of controversy, is in the lost position. We were never liked by the authorities. We were never popular among them. But I've always dreamt about the representatives of power who like visionaries, who have so much confidence about the values they represent, so they are happy to see the madmen around them. And this concerns the entire world of politics. They do not create any social model of the cultural recipients to people which may aspire. People do not always find the right book or make their way to the theater or to the opera, but there should be a politician who could say that these things are important. The belief that motorways and hot water in our taps will guarantee our survival was the wrong form of representation of some ideas which have already been used by the populists in the governing party. So this is the essence of the problem, because it leads to the fact that we do not have to wonder of what definition of freedom is. So also with Berlin that you quoted nicely, there is also a statement about materialistic cynicism, when everybody believes that every idea represents business. So how much can be sold? There is no idea. There are no ideas, and ideas are simply the commodities that you earn from. So in the media, you speak who earns what. So you never talk about space that follows a theatrical project, but in the most primitive slogans discuss that somebody earned 500 zlotys and somebody else 550. So what about the public space? Well, 550 is just an exemplary figure. So what about the values that are represented by the entire cultural narrative? So yes, it is just like a sewage. So for the perspective of any solution, way out of it, because the area of culture cannot be destroyed. We can concentrate it on it. Yes, I do hope that something like structural solutions will be something that we're going to return to. Thank you very much. And now Natalia Zarzecka, the director of Krikoteka, the Center for Documenting the Art of Tadeusz Kantor, who is also the curator of many exhibitions. We will talk about Kantor because he is one of the most prominent spirits of the Polish culture and the Polish theater. Polish theater and Polish visual arts. We quoted Miłosz, so quoting Kantor from 1989, and then who paraphrased himself in 1990. So after freedom was regained is more than right here. So especially having heard all the contributions from the first part of the debate. So let me read it. How do I understand the notion of freedom? During Kriko 2 festival and the international session in Paris, I said, freedom of art is not a gift from authority. The art gets its freedom not from governments. We need to fight for it in our most intimate interior, in loneliness. It is the most delicate matter of the spirit. I've always said that politics is wrong for the art. It is a bad thing for the art. There is only one political freedom, which is a human matter, but there is another freedom, as André Breton said. It is the absolute freedom, the total freedom. And let me now refer to the further fragment, because I believe that it resonates very well with what we have said today. Art has becoming more and more servilistic. What is worse, political terror or our own terror, self-imposed terror? So this mass character of enjoyment, entertainment and communication, will it lead to any new forms of art? If anything new is created, it is only when people think individually about themselves, which can overcome the mass character, which is the phenomenon encompassing the entire life. So it seems to me that it does not require any further comment from my own perspective, a director of an institution that I have been managing for many years, and being faithful to Kantor is fundamental, but it is not something that limits us to thinking about Kantor as a subject for presenting something which is purely historical. So we are trying to inspire new audience and new artists, to invite them to learn about Kantor's ideas and to question them as well. So it was when he created his own theater, traveling around the world, speaking Polish, presenting his own performances in Polish. He was understood. He received prizes and awards, and he has become one of the most important theatre directors of the 20th century. And his legacy, read anew, can be helpful for us today.
Dziękuję, mimo że oczywiście
Thank you very much.
pracował, był w określonym kontekście.
Yes, Kantor, he worked also in a special political context which cannot be compared to what we have right now. Unfortunately, Jan Tomasz Adamus, he has started this heated debate here, but he's no longer with us. And he suggested that we should talk. He said that not everything was black and white. He said that we should talk to politicians, but here at this debate we have radically different views. And Kantor, whom you have quoted, spoke about this total, absolute freedom. Witold, from the perspective of doing the cinema. Well, don't tell me that you're always free, that you have this absolute freedom, that you're not forced to talk to people to whom you don't really want to talk. Well, of course, a film producer, you know, they would throw him through a window, but he would be there in the fridge. Last year, after 6 years of production, we introduced, I always say we because we are a group of friends, so we introduced to the cinemas a film about an actor who had a stroke and his wife's love saved him. So I'm talking about Krzysztof Globisz. It's a story based on facts. And I made some concessions to the government. I even took my name out from this production, and my colleagues filed this project to Polish television, submitted the project to the Polish television, and Deputy President of Polish television at that time, the current president, said, "Let Bereś not hide himself, let him go to Jacek Kurski, who is responsible for the propaganda of the Polish government. They're going to drink vodka, they're going to talk, and he'll get money." Yes, I could talk, I could drink vodka, but I'm not going to talk to Kurski. And that's why I didn't have this conversation, so the film was released 2 years later. Well, what I'm saying right now is not me bragging, but just showing you that I have experience. I've published 40 books. Now, at times when everybody is writing, okay, everybody's writing, no one's reading, but generally, publishers, they eagerly take my books. And I have only finished a book. It's a political thriller with figures whom you can easily recognize. However, I did it under the supervision of lawyers so that they wouldn't put us into prison instantly, about what's happening in Europe and how it will end up. Because I believe it will all end up very badly. There's Spain there, Germany, and of course Poland. One of the biggest publishers in Poland, who knows me very well, I said, you know, please read it, you know, at a greater pace than general. She read it, she said, "Oh, Witek, it's great. There are corpses, there's sex, there's politics." But our legal department says that we have so many legal cases from the government that we can't take on anymore.
Na te pisma.
So they claim against us
ktoś to wygrał.
so many times. You know, I don't even have time to reply to the letters, not to mention going to the court. And after all, I'd like people to be able to read your book. Okay, forget my book. I'll have it published one day or another.
Ale na razie jest jak jest. Więc ta cenzura...
So the
po tej wolności
censorship,
od. No niby
you know,
ja
we're
sobie
talking about
napisałem.
this freedom from. Yes,
Napisałem sobie, co chcę.
I wrote something I wanted. Well, if you read it, maybe you would even like it. And Bartek, you could have these scenes of sex in your theater and maybe it would be popular. Yes, but without Mr. President there. Yes. And okay,
Mogę się napić wódki z...
are we in an authoritarian state? Well, they say no. Can I drink vodka with politicians? Yes, but will it change anything? It will change nothing.
To wszystko w tym sensie Kantor miał rację. Tylko,
And yes, with this respect, Cantor was right. But today I would rephrase it. I would say, freedom is in us. If you have cojones to use the Spanish language, and I'm talking about both sexes, we're talking about the spine, the morale, that you won't give up. You won't just observe the situation and just moan. No, we need to do things together. We have to be cunning. I know how these elections will finish.
trochę za Węgrami.
It's going to be really bleak. We are lagging behind Hungary. We're still ahead of Israel.
Światowy.
But you know, this is the trend all over the world.
Ludzi, którzy mają kręgosłup, którzy
But
się
there are wise
nie
people
dadzą
everywhere.
złamać moralnie,
People who have
którzy
the
wiedzą, że
moral spine that
naprawdę
cannot
kultura
be
buduje, to już nie jest
broken.
banał.
Well, culture is the
Jeszcze raz powiem o tych swoich wnukach.
stepping stone of
13-latek,
everything.
który mówi,
It sounds banal, but you know, my 13-year-old
chłopak z Kalifornii, no tak, bo tam mają virtual
grandson tells me, well, you have such great museums in Europe. Well, he lives in California, right? So yes, in Europe we have this great legacy with which you can win, be victorious, but we still miss something. We just keep looking out to politicians, hoping that they will do something. No, they won't help you. They won't give you anything. They won't go to the theater. I believe it's even better if they don't go to the theater. There's this one politician who goes to the theater and it's a tragedy.
poza nimi. To jest
So
jedyna
we have to act
Sorry, długo
outside of this, their world. I'm sorry for speaking for so long.
Może zechcesz się odnieść do tego,
Michał?
co mówił Witek.
Maybe
Może
you'd like to
ja
refer
chciałam
to
zapytać,
what Witek has said, maybe not.
o wasze z Moniką doświadczenia.
I'd like to ask you about your and Monika's experience as
Może bez
directors
takiego wielkiego
of
rozgłosu, to jest
theatre,
kwestia oczywiście finansów, no ale
because-
powiedzieliśmy sobie, że o tym nie będziemy dzisiaj
Okay,
rozmawiać.
it's an issue of finance, but we promised ourselves we wouldn't talk about it today. So for years, you've been creating very daring, very brave shows, performances. Sometimes you use the language of the cabaret. Sometimes you use this not highbrow language on purpose, you know, playing with the audience, winking at the audience, trusting that it is intelligent. And if I understand well, you don't get disappointed. I want to ask you about your experience. Well, I believe that you cannot really fulfill this fundamental right to culture. Why is this so? Well, first and foremost, we are not an institutional theatre. And our resources are limited. Therefore, together with Monika, we always are very careful when choosing the dramas, the repertoire. So these dramas, they have to have something in them. So this might be a play on euthanasia, on the Holocaust, on war. We've had this recent production on sexual transition, a play on mobbing, on this hunger to be touched. Because this is what we're not mentioning, that we live in society where people just, you know, run for things and, you know, have their careers and so on, but they forget about their feelings. So yes, for the past 19, almost 20 years, we have survived, and this is important, and we've managed to create this kind of theater that is visible also internationally. But, as I've said, the plays that we stage in our theater, well, we cannot afford having a play that will be put on a shelf instantly. Therefore, we select the plays very carefully. Now, when it comes to censorship, the only thing that's extremely important for us when it comes to our functioning, our operation, and I've already mentioned it, the local government supports Baraka Theatre very much, but the ministry just forgets about us, and it's been forgetting about us for years. This is the kind of censorship. So a couple of years ago, there was this night of theaters, and we suggested we would have drag queen play. And we were the only theater in Poland that would come up with something like this. Artists from all over Poland. And now in Kraków, generally in Poland, we have this night of theaters. So you can have access to culture on this very night for free. Imagine that we were forced to change the repertoire. So this drag queen review could not be staged. We asked what the reason was, because after all, it wasn't a provocation, it was a drama, a play. Drag queen review, after all, these are artists, performers. And auditors or controllers came to us a month before the night of the theater. We were to stage this play. The commission came to us. They decided that it wasn't obscene, that drag queen actors didn't have sex on stage, because I believe that's what they imagined. And thanks to it, we could play, well, have this play staged at the night of theaters. I don't know, Monika, maybe you'd like to add something, because you are the second half of Baraka Theatre. Please join us here. Let me, before I give you the floor, let me add that, if I remember well, it was Baraka that was physically attacked. Before one of your premieres, your windows were destroyed. No, that wasn't the first time. The main gate to the theater was damaged. The billboards were torn down. So there's been 3 such cases in 10 years when we had our new seat. So when it comes to censorship of culture and people who are involved in censorship, so the services that you know, are supposed to look after people's safety, we gave them records from CCTV cameras. You know, people who perpetrated that, their faces were clear and visible, but after 2 months we received information that because the perpetrators could not be recognized, the case was just put on a shelf. So yes, the state, culture and people who are supposed to look after the safety of us, the citizens, well, they They just don't meet the standard. It's also happened many times to us that someone would enter our theater and beat up our actor in the foyer. So yes, these things don't happen rarely. They happen quite often. And people agree to it. So there's social permission for that. You know, if a theater says things openly, the state doesn't protect it. If you say things which are in line with what the state believes, then such a theater, such an institution is applauded and protected. Well, you're a filmmaker, man of the world. So please imagine that we have this festival of feature films in Gdynia, a great festival. And we know what the situation with Agnieszka Holland's film was and is. And in Tok FM radio station, journalists started wondering what film would be nominated for the Academy Award. And we already know this is going to be this new production, Chłopi, or The Peasants. And the minister has already given an award for this film, although it hasn't been premiered yet. So the person responsible for the film has already received a prize from the Minister of Culture. I heard about it on the radio when I was coming here. Let me just explain to our guests from abroad what The Peasants are about. It's a novel written by our Nobel Prize winner, a great writer, and a new film adaptation of his book has been produced, but of course it's been done under the eye, the vigilant eye of the state authorities, to put it generally.
The authorities using the mirror to show our society, and I'm afraid that in a situation in which some processes will be increased, we might find ourselves in trouble because people might have a lot of problems with personal freedom, because this will all boil down to the personal choices of people who are becoming more and more conformistic. Those who laugh at the authorities will change the front, standing at the other side of the barricade. 8 years is a long period, and people will not survive any further 4 years staying in permanent tension. So I have a feeling that we moved back to the situation 30 years ago, 30 years back, which intensified in our society the situation, the attitude of demand, without any feeling of being able to have any influence on the within the society, and the consent for it, the feeling of relief, internal relief, which leaves also to more pressure on us. So this is even more and more dangerous, leading to the situation that people feel more and more burdened with responsibility. So in the case of a director of a theater or a producer, they need to support it. It's not only about political pressure, but it all results in a subconscious behavior, mercantile behavior. And it also concerns local government. In Krakow, we should see that we are the kingdom of the party songs and party performances. The National Theatre, Stary Theatre, is an example of an institution which tells fairy tales. They will not try to stir any conflict which does not come from any spirit which accompanied the theatre. It used to be provocative in the past, but it no longer is. So it all goes to some feeling that it's all nice, but you can move by or get by, and some things are not worth putting at stake. So we do have problems to be solved. We need to talk about problems and not say that it's all nice and pleasant, because in no level the machine will not be harmless. It destroys the theater directors, destroys artists, and destroys the artistic thirst among people, among audiences. So it's about the restoration of the primordial sin of our society. So it's about the destruction, about the feeling that your individual work will represent you yourself, which will be the way to your own success. Successful people are those who have good connections. So it's like in the communist times. So it is so it's all a connection between the synaptical cells of the theater producers and audiences. But myself, as a director responsible for the festival, so the success of the largest festival, theater festival in Poland, it means that I cannot be responsible for it because it does not represent what I would like to say. So the space for freedom begins to get weaker, and these are centrally managed mechanisms, and there are very difficult things which create a pessimistic vision of future. Not to mention that the backlash of all the succession works like a grenade, like a shrapnel in the artistic milieus. This is self-destructive because they are in continual conflict, because it is the outcome of emotional and creative destruction. For me, it's really painful, and I'm really sorry to see the exclusion of the young generation and the attacks on the old generations. So it's all about the possibilities of financing, and it is all really harmful, and it's really hard to say how to solve them. For those who for a moment were thinking why the space for such a debate is Villa Decius, which has been known for international undertakings, which does not discuss the institutions and cultural policy. I need to say that the trigger for this meeting was the continual presence in this villa and in Krakow, the creators of culture, the artists who had to flee from their own countries, who had to escape because they want to maintain some artistic freedom in themselves. And every visit of such kind, there is about 15 visits like this. People come for longer and shorter periods. It was a shock for us because those people were, when coming to Poland, they paint their own picture of us without full comprehension of what is going on here. So let me put this vision on the table. The subject that has not come out here is the narrowing down the field of international collaboration here in Krakow. So, and this was named as the space for cultural diplomacy, which on the one hand is to take from the unlimited artistic freedom, whereas on the other side, on the other hand, it must be subject to some protocols, rules and regulations governing the international dialogue for the conventions. So when managing an institution with such a profile, in particular, I see the narrowed down field for the dialogue. Not only some hostility of institutions, but also the limitations of international exchange, which was seen recently. So perhaps it is not very original and it's not constructive at all to add another piece for this puzzle, and the editor-in-chief will have to manage with it. So let me tell you that we need to mention this aspect as well. We have great artistic and creative milieus here, and I will not repeat this commonplace. But don't you feel that here we can see the closure of the door without which we will not get any fresh air? Bartosz, you have been collaborating with the entire world, so perhaps it would be good if you could answer this question within the Boska Komedia Divine Comedy Festival. Well, yes, certainly. I have a lot of reflections and perspective on this subject. So I see the decline of some curiosity, of some mutual curiosity worldwide. So it is some kind of decline of some world. Chantal Dessol describes it, apart from some demagogical watchwords, but the decline of universalism, of universal reality is very beautifully described by her. So even between our closest neighbors, the Germans, for example, we do not have this curiosity which we declared in 1990s. There was a moment of opening, and now it no longer applies, it no longer works. So now the artistic projects seem to be very superficial, without any profound relationship and without any journey towards a country like Poland or Hungary, which does not create any opinions, because this means some desire also in sexual sense, but we in the theater, we operate the erotic energy as well. Vitek mentioned that. So your scenes of sex in the film seem to be appealing here. So this is the decline of some European mechanisms. In Poland, we do have problems about it. So any attempt to, well, we were successful in cooperating, so we worked with Adam Mickiewicz with one project, and for 4 years we had no contact with Adam Mickiewicz Institute. So, and after 4 years it started again. It was reloaded somehow after my talks with the cultural institutions. These mechanisms seem to be very harmful. Am I too loud in speaking?
There is a problem with the translation when the person that is talking
Jest problem.
loud, then the translation sort of loses. And it is really difficult to follow. And you all talk very quickly and very much. And so we have to go slowly. Okay. I just have one question, please. One question. And I have one question to Michal. When this happened to your theater that the windows were broken and you were attacked. Was there solidarity from the other theaters of the country for you?
Czy była solidarność
teatrów w kontekście tego, wypadku, kiedy wam rozbijali tą witrynę?
So when they broke your windows, were there any signs of solidarity?
To było coś niesamowitego,
It was something unusual. It was, yes, I will slow down now. So it was not the initiative on the side of Krakow, but it's quite difficult to imagine that, but the entire Poland was involved. There were hundreds of thousands of sharings, and we decided to do something that we made the photographs public of that person, and we showed them, and we decided to share them, and we thought that if the police are unable to identify the perpetrators, we asked the society to help the police. So there was a great response, and the entire Poland reacted. So there was thousands of sharings. And here we need to stress that we Polish people are full of solidarity in such situations. So I already said that the police did not find the perpetrator, but perhaps something happened at the top. But yes, we found this person. We found the perpetrator ourselves. So we did not only share the recording, but we came to the police station saying, this person is employed here and here, and you will find him in his working hours. And let me admit that this person, after having devastated the door to my theater, this person served on me in a shop, but he was not aware who I was, but I knew who he was. So this situation was quite unusual. So one more thing I would like to add concerning Bartek's contribution and what he said. When he was managing the international festival, he was facing the challenge of coordinating it with the subsidies and the funds and the fundings. It was constructed with a program in the sense that if they wanted to get any subsidies from the government, they had to organize it in such a way that it should not be protested against it. So in Poland, there was a performance called Klątwa, the curse, which stirred a lot the Catholic milieux, a lot of Catholics. So the Catholics were claiming to be shocked. They played with the rosaries. People prayed, kept praying for the artists, because it was some kind of a celebration, of a rite even. So apart from a performance to be staged in a theater, outside there was a rite celebrated. Luckily, the performance was shown, it was staged, but regarding this performance, we took part in the same festival and we were supposed to play on the following day, and we could not play, we could not act, because somebody poured acid on the stage among the viewers. So it was, so they wanted the performance not to be staged. So please imagine the grave consequences. We could not play. The theatre was closed for 4 months. The local sanitary inspection had to enter it, and the substance irritated the stage and it destroyed it. So it was only a few years ago. Myself, I was really upset by the social consent for it, by the permission among the society. So we try to look for contacts. We now go to the Bratislava Festival, and the honorary patronage was taken by the President of Slovakia. Well, the elections are near. We are going to be in Leipzig, but also there are talks that our performance should be staged in the Odeon in Paris. But these are all only the effects of our own work, of our talks and discussion, and Bartek tries to start contacts which are still rendered difficult in our situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem with my festival is that it is accompanied by the deep faith that the theatre will tell the most credible story of Poland, what kind of country it is, that artists resonate with political subjects and social subjects, and in this diversity of various attitudes and visions of the world, we will be able to show what Poland lives on, what subjects are current, and how it changes. That is why I try to convince people from abroad to come to that festival. That is why the festival needs to be the labyrinth of various types of collisions, because I invite also people with no artistic message, but they can defend it because of their position in the creation of the vision of Poland, of struggling with their own subjects, what the artists represent. So I believe in the type of journey that I offer to foreign audiences, and it is a kind of inspiration for them. So it's not only about the festival that it is a functional one, that we see the performances which I showed them, and we can ask artists to travel around the world, but it is about the curiosity that has to be aroused, that we should show that we are sort of different, that you might have expected, that we are more controversial, that you might have expected, and it is interesting, and that is why this festival has a rebellious spirit.
And Michał said that, well, the ministry has limited funds for us year by year. Currently, our budget gets only 3% from the ministry. The ministry has also taken out all the awards, because for 9 years, the awards for the best creators selected by an international jury were funded by the ministry. So either we have to look for other funds or just provide symbolic awards. And after all, you know, these awards meant that we identified ourselves with a given sector of culture. And now every political gesture would just weaken us at every single level. So these are the circumstances that are being created, where you make someone less willing, when you cut their wings. This is what Ziobro did when he compared Agnieszka Holland to a Goebbels-type propaganda person. This is what we've observed in Poland for years. We feel derided all the time, ignored all the time. they shrug at us. And after all, we're not talking about our private matters. You know, we use public money, we finished public school, so there should be this faith and ethos of a man working for the public. And this is what is devaluated. Let me refer to what Bartek has mentioned. Bartek has mentioned our minister, but the head of the state, the president of the Republic of Poland, has said about Agnieszka Holland's film, all the swine, all the pigs are in the cinema. There's this Polish saying.
Natalia Zarzecka. Okay.
Not about Cantor, but I would react to the idea of international lacking interest and curiosity. I have been running a theater in Berlin, started in 1989, so in the period of transition. And we started from Berlin a rare experiment, really trying to involve as much as possible theatrical performances projects from the so-called Eastern, we always said Eastern, Middle European neighboring countries. In the beginning, after the wall came down, there was a strong interest. People were curious, oh, now people come from behind the wall. But it took not very long before media, more the media than the audience, but media influenced the audience very much. Suddenly, it was a time of all this contemporary, modern, avant-garde, formal theater. And suddenly everybody said, oh, all this theater coming from Bulgaria, from Poland, is old-fashioned. It's based on folkloric ideas, which is not interesting to an audience, which is much further developed in all the ideas on contemporary theater. So over the years, and I blame my own colleagues all over Western Europe, they stopped going to festivals, they stopped going to performances in these countries because there was still this strange feeling of it's not interesting to our audiences. And we are trying desperately to somehow change this. And I have terrible memories of a festival in Zagreb where most of the invited West European audience walked out clapping doors during the performances. So there was also a kind of arrogance which spread, and people knew about it. And there was suddenly a kind of hostility between these two parts of the theatrical world, which is terrible. So it's not completely gone. Maybe it's getting better. But my question to all of you is really, as we are trying to change this again into a more positive situation, would it maybe even impress your political bodies if, let's say, if there was a stronger international attention to all the things you do, maybe with invitations, with co-productions, with joint projects, would it even be important for you in your own country to be seen as something worthwhile, to be seen, to be realized as something that should be supported? Because, of course, it needs money, it needs more than better organization, but this exists. It has only to be revived in the consciousness of our side, on the Western side, where it's somehow gone. And we speak to a lot of younger people who have no idea about the theater on your parts of the world. So they need to be somehow informed by being invited, being residencies maybe. There's a lot of ideas which could be done, but my main question really, is there a political value even for you if somehow this would change into a better consciousness about all the values of your artistic formats by being invited, by being produced, co-produced, and so on? So this is my question, because it would make it politically easier if we could use this argument.
I think this is, we need to create this independent circulation. This is one thing, because we do not know how to and what to expect exactly, because sometimes ministry can help, sometimes you don't know why this doesn't happen. This is one thing. Second thing is that it's always something more serious behind the art as it is. So this is most important to make clear in Europe, also in Western Europe, that watching theater is maybe getting closer to understand why we feel sometimes as an abandoned child in Poland, for example, or why we are so fixed on some themes, which from perspective of Europe is crazy, annoying sometimes, but it's deeply rooted in very spiritual and metaphysical level, and it's interesting. I think it's also important that Europe should be changed by this perspective from Middle Europa, because if we are still having point of the reference Europe, which is dying, so we are almost created by some dead body, you know. And this is all these formats which are happening right now, all these new energies, are because there is not serious response of restructuring of thinking. And therefore we should be open for completely new stories. I'm just ready to start my rehearsals on Submission by Welbeck. It's not about Islamic problem, it's more about European problem. Why it's not so spiritually powerful and strong to defend the values it was created on.
Bartoszu, to jest chyba już temat na
Bartosz, I believe it's a topic for another debate, for another discussion. Madam Director, I believe we're ready for you. Natalia Zarzecka, I believe you have this difficult task to sum up and at the same time continue all the threads that have been here, but I believe that you'll be successful. I've been listening to this debate, and yes, it is the way we're describing it. But I feel, and I'm looking at you, Bartek, and I believe it is worth saying that there are people who do their job every single day, who really devote a lot of their time to culture, who love culture. And speaking about the international context, well, I wanted to mention it, but then your question was asked. There are different topics of the world of theater, visual art, and there are also issues related to accessibility and the audience, which is composed of people with special needs. Krikoteka was part of an international project, and the Małopolska Institute of Culture came to us. They have carried out this project, the Małopolska Sensitive Culture, as part of which they teach people to see the world of the theater, including Kantor's theater, from a completely new perspective. So Krikoteka, all our employees, we became valuable partners and creators in an international project on accessibility. And we came up with a guide as part of this Polish, Czech, and Finnish project. So this everyday work involving what we love is something that will save us. Okay, that sounds very beautiful, very idealistic, but yes, it is moving if you think about it, that people come to work every single day and they are involved. So that's amazing. Well, I know that Witek, you wanted to say something, but I believe that the last word belongs to Madam Director. Okay, I'll share with you. By thanking everybody, and you in particular, well, we like each other very much, and therefore we give each other gifts. And this is a book that's been released last month, To Love the Devil. And it's not that it's my book, but, well, it's a book about the past 100 years when intellectuals and artists thought that they would out-trick the devil and they would sell their soul to Hitler and the genius from Żoliborz, which is a district in Warsaw. And, well, believe me, nothing was left. They took the money and they disappeared in a void. So you can sell yourself, get a sandwich, some money, and nothing is left of it. It's sad, but, you know, it gives us some hope. It's worth being yourself. Just do your job. Do what you believe in. Madam Director, well, I have to thank you. I'm not fully satisfied. I'd love this conversation to be continued. I'm not sure about you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for accepting our invitation at these difficult times, times when people are not really interested in dialogue and exchange. I'd like to thank our partners, the European Alliance of Academies, Janine Merapfel, who's come up with the idea of this collaboration, our special guest, the UN Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights, Ms. Alexandra Ksantaki, and all those of you who've been watching us and are still watching us online. I believe that this debate has created some boxes that are closed, but I believe that, you know, some time is still left till the 15th of October, so that our right to culture, our human rights are fulfilled, and we should ask for them. And I wish you that you do it. Thank you very much.